Good morning, evening, and afternoon to all our audience members, wherever you are. Welcome to day one of the Global Taiwan Institute's 2021 Annual Symposium on US-Taiwan Relations, Forging a 21st Century Agenda. My name is Russell Shao. I am the Executive Director of GTI, and I'll be your MC for today's program. Now, I'm delighted to introduce the Chairman of GTI's Board of Directors, Dr. Wenyan Chen, who will offer welcome remarks on behalf of the organization. Dr. Chen served as faculty, chairperson of the Psychology Department, and Associate Dean of the College of Liberal and Fine Arts at the University of the District of Columbia, and also taught at George Mason University. Dr. Chen has been involved in Taiwan's democracy movement since the Formosa incident in 1979, and has served in various Taiwanese American organizations, including as president of the Northern American Taiwanese Professors Association, president and executive director of the Formosan Association for Public Affairs, and also as an advisor to Taiwan President's Office, to include, of course, as chairman of the Global Taiwan Institute since 2018. Chairman, the virtual floor is yours.
Good morning to everybody. Mr. Wu, Ambassador Shao, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you to our 5th annual symposium on the US-Taiwan relations Forging 21st Century Agenda. My name is Wenyan Chen, and I'm the chairman of the Global Taiwan Institute. GTI is a privately funded 501c3 nonprofit organization. It was founded 5 years ago as a think tank dedicated solely to providing a policy forum for discussing issues related to Taiwan, its relationship to the world, and particularly to the United States. Our goal is to strengthen Taiwan's relationships with the United States and other countries. GTI is still a very young organization, but we at GTI have been working hard to promote a better understanding of Taiwan, its people, and the challenges it is facing. GTI has been quite active in DC policy community since its establishment. We published bi-weekly Taiwan brief, occasional paper, sponsor public seminars, audio podcasts, cultural events, and scholarships. Our programs are widely appreciated by our readers and audience. For those who are not familiar with our program, please visit our website, globaltaiwan.org. Since the last GTI symposium, we have seen significant changes in the U.S. policy toward China and Taiwan. The U.S. policy toward China seems to have shifted from engagement to competition. It appears that the United States policymakers have finally realized that the rise of Communist China is not peaceful. The rise of China not only challenges the national security of the United States, but also poses a threat to democracy in the world. Its proclaimed goal to annex Taiwan by force threatens Taiwan's very existence as a democratic and independent country. As a result of these policy changes, the U.S. has gradually upgraded its unofficial relationship with Taiwan. The State Department has lifted some diplomatic restrictions imposed on Taiwan since 1979. High-level visits of U.S. officials to Taiwan in the past years demonstrated closer ties between the two countries. And arms sales, from defensive weapons to more offensive ones, continue to help Taiwan's ability to defend itself. Bipartisan support of Taiwan in the U.S. Congress is also strong. Many legislations have been introduced and passed by Congress. They intend to support Taiwan's security and maintain peace and stability in the region. Recently, the White House, the State Department, the Defense Department all reaffirmed their commitment to the Taiwan Relations Act and six assurances. Officials describe US-Taiwan relations as unshakable and solid and rock solid. Interestingly, the support of Taiwan also echoes in several corners of the world, particularly from like-minded democracies such as Japan, Australia, India, Korea, Britain, and EU members. Officials in meetings, conferences, and joint statements all emphasize the critical role that Taiwan plays in keeping peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. They also call for closer relations with the island nation. Members of Japan Parliament even initiated a two-by-two dialogue with the Taiwanese counterpart to discuss further cooperation in various areas. This is unprecedented in the Japan-Taiwan relations. The importance of Taiwan is further demonstrated by the very successful control of the COVID-19 pandemic despite the recent surge, and its remarkable capability in manufacturing advanced semiconductor chips is becoming indispensable in the world economy. The US and Taiwan recently have finally resumed the long-delayed negotiation on TIFA, a positive step toward even closer economic cooperation between two countries. However, despite all these positive developments, Taiwan is still isolated from international organizations. As in the past years, Taiwan, because of the PRC's obstructions, Taiwan has been excluded from major international organizations, including World Health Organization, when Taiwan can make significant contribution to the world in fighting the global pandemic. Taiwan's exclusion from major world organizations is unjustified. Taiwan needs all the help it can get to right its wrong. Recently, Taiwan has been facing even more serious military threats from Communist China. The withdrawal of the United States from Afghanistan seems to have emboldened Chinese aggressive behavior. The PLA Air Force has intensified its daily incursion into Taiwan's air defense identification zone. The frequency of PLA's naval exercises and missile firing has significantly increased, further heightened the tension in the region. In response, Taiwan has put in great effort into shoring up its defense capability, deterring Chinese aggression and helping Taiwan beef up its defense capability is now an urgent and important topic in the United States policy community. Looking back at the past, to lay the foundation for future discussion of Taiwan policy is the main theme of this symposium. We are very honored to have a group of experts today to share their views and perspectives on issues of strategy, defense and security, trade, and Taiwan's international space in the coming years. I promise you this symposium is going to be very exciting and productive. Again, on behalf of GTI, I welcome you all and thank you for joining us.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chairman Chen, for those very powerful remarks and excellent overview of the progress in US-Taiwan relations that have been made in recent years, as well as the challenges ahead, and especially for your leadership of GTI over the past 3 years. I want to also take this opportunity to thank all of GTI's co-founders, our board of directors, advisors, as well as supporters. Your support is what makes all programs possible. Next, I have the privilege of inviting Ambassador Bi-Khim Hsiao, Taiwan's top diplomat in the United States and representative of its de facto embassy here in Washington, D.C., to give some opening remarks. Ambassador Hsiao assumed her position as Taiwan's representative to the United States in July 2020 after serving as senior advisor to the president at the National Security Council of Taiwan. Among many government and party positions, Representative Hsiao previously served 4 terms in the Taiwan legislature. Ambassador Hsiao, the virtual floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, Russell. It's such a pleasure to speak again and provide some opening remarks at GTI's annual symposium this morning. And I really want to congratulate the GTI on bringing together, again, so many distinguished speakers to address the pressing challenges and evolving opportunities facing Taiwan-US relations in the new century. I would like to thank you for your dedication. In a short span of just 5 years, since 2016, you've thrived to be a sounding voice of promoting Taiwan's multifaceted role in Washington. You're a reservoir of knowledge and understanding the contemporary US-Taiwan relationship through your prolific publications and discussions. I'm particularly glad to see new generations of Taiwanese Americans, as well as researchers from around the world, investing their talents and careers to carry on the torch of Taiwan advocacy and helping to build on our bilateral engagements for a global partnership. By seeking to advance our shared values and common interests together, we can be stronger force multipliers to meet the challenges and seize the opportunities of our time. Our challenges are marked by the rise of revisionist powers like China and Russia, and the emerging threats such as the relentless and never-ending, seemingly, COVID-19 pandemic, cognitive warfare, cyber challenges, supply chain instabilities, and climate change, etc. But also, democracy is under siege. The adversaries of freedom have propagated the false narrative that democracy is in decline. The tragic events in Hong Kong, Xinjiang, and the backsliding of basic rights are constant reminders that democracy is vulnerable. However, we're not in decline. For Taiwan, our top priority is to ensure the survival of our democracy. That's premised on our robust defense, economic, and values-based ties with the United States. And this is why American officials often describe Taiwan as a force for good in the world. President Biden further underscores support for Taiwan as a leading democracy and a critical economic and security partner. To forge the 21st century agenda for our 2 democracies, our priorities are 3-pronged. The first area is defense and security. We will continue to strengthen our already extensive ties in the conventional and emerging security areas, as the PRC poses an imminent threat to regional peace and stability. We welcome the Biden administration's first arms sales announcement last month, as well as facilitating joint statements to underscore peace and security in the Taiwan Strait as they engage with other friends and allies around the world. This gives Taiwan the confidence to continue to be steadfast in defending our democracy and shouldering the responsibility of helping to ensure peace in the region. In the face of China's formidable threats and coercion, Taiwan is committed to enhancing our asymmetric defense capabilities and fortifying our defense in-depth preparations, including the formation of a reformed reserve force through our organizational changes and new training programs being planned in the beginning of next year. The second area is on prosperity. Sustainable prosperity, economic progress, and supply chain resilience are essential parts for Taiwan to maintaining public confidence free from coercion. To further deepen the US-Taiwan economic partnership, we launched a multi-year economic partnership and prosperity dialogue last year. We also welcome the resumption of the Trade and Investment Framework Agreement, or TIFA Council meeting in June. Going forward, we will continue to work to establish closer and stronger economic linkages with the United States that is within the interest of economic prosperity of both our countries. The third area involves Taiwan being a force for good in the world. China continues to assert malign influence in international organizations as well as in other countries, such as weaponizing its interpretation of the UN Resolution 2758 to marginalize Taiwan. However, Taiwan's effective response to the COVID-19 pandemic and its substantive assistance for countries around the world have again demonstrated Taiwan's resilience and generosity throughout numerous global challenges. The world has increasingly recognized Taiwan as a genuine force for good, with many countries responding in kind with timely COVID-19 vaccine donations. And we are so pleased that in addition to the United States and Japan in supporting Taiwan's access, we have also received generous vaccine donations from other like-minded democracies in Europe, including Lithuania, Czech, Slovakia, and Poland. Another case in point is the fast expanding global cooperation and training framework, or what we call GCTF. It's an innovative platform for Taiwan to share our best practices with other countries and engage with the rest of the world. Thanks to the rock-solid support of the US, our partnerships with like-minded democracies across the Pacific and the Atlantic have grown significantly in recent years. Now, the GTI is an important partner in all of these efforts and in all three categories that I just described. And again, we are so grateful for your contributions in adding an intellectual platform for discussing these challenges and opportunities. I wish this event today and all of your future endeavors a great success. And thank you again for including me in the opening. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ambassador Xiao, for all that you have done and continue to do to advance US-Taiwan relations. We sincerely look forward to continuing our cooperation with you and your office to further our country's shared values and interests in a free and open Indo-Pacific. And now, I cannot think of a better practitioner of Taiwan's foreign policy than our next speaker to deliver the opening keynote address of the Global Taiwan Institute's annual symposium this year. He is no stranger to GTI's annual symposiums, and also for that reason, he is arguably the best suited to address the issues we are tackling through this symposium, both as a means to systematically reflect on what is happening and also to chart a path forward together. His Excellency, Dr. Joseph Wu, is the Foreign Minister of Taiwan. Prior to his current appointment, he was the Secretary General in the Office of the President, Secretary General of the National Security Council, representative of the Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office in the United States, and among many other senior government and party posts. His full biography is available on the Symposium Handbook, which is available to download on our website. And Foreign Minister Wu has generously provided a video recording of his remarks, which we will play shortly. As an administrative note for our viewers, please be advised that we will proceed directly to the first panel following the Foreign Minister's remarks with a short transition period. So please stay on. Now, can we please play the remarks from the Foreign Minister of Taiwan? Thank you.
Dr. Chen Wen-Yan, Chairperson of the Global Taiwan Institute, Russell Shao, GTI Executive Director, dear friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor to be invited for the fourth time to deliver remarks at this annual symposium. I would like to congratulate GTI on its 5th anniversary. Over the past 5 years, GTI has spared no effort to promote Taiwan-US relations, and we sincerely appreciate all your good work. Given the recent rapid changes in the dynamics of strategic competition between global powers, I would like to address Taiwan-US relations from a broader and more strategic point of view this year. I will also share why and how Taiwan is an indispensable partner for the United States and other democracies in today's interconnected world. As the impact of COVID-19 pandemic continues unabated, democratic values are facing a serious challenge. Freedom in the World 2021 report by Freedom House concluded with the alarming observation that as major democracies turn to domestic affairs during the pandemic, global freedom continues to deteriorate and authoritarian states have been emboldened. They exert malign influence in every way they can and even preaches the superiority of authoritarianism over democracy. The growing powerful authoritarian state is attempting to reshape the rules-based international system to serve its own agenda, especially in the fields of democratic values and human rights, security, trade, science, and technology. It continues to infiltrate democracies with disinformation aiming to demolish our faith in democratic values. Its export of authoritarian governance and anti-democratic tactics are extremely harmful to democracies. These efforts intend to create the facade that one-party system is more effective than democratic system. In short, it is waging an ideological warfare against democracy, and they seem to be gaining ground. This ongoing war will heat up in the coming years. This is a war vital to all democracies. This is a war vital to the way of life for future generations. This is a war that no democracy can afford to lose. On the same occasion last year, I called on all democracies to defend shared values so that freedom could prevail. Today, I would like to emphasize again the importance of cooperation. Democracies must work in solidarity to defend their values, especially at a time like this, to deter authoritarianism from its aggressive approach against democracy, both bilaterally and multilaterally. We cannot leave the impression that it can always get its way and get away with its rogue behavior. We welcome efforts by the US and other major democracies to raise awareness of the mounting threat and take countermeasures through bilateral and multilateral channels. The US has reaffirmed its support for Lithuania, facing concerted authoritarian aggression for expanding ties with Taiwan. We are also glad to see the US re-engaging with multilateral and international institutions and renewing its commitment to working with allies and partners to safeguard democracy, freedom, human rights, and the rule of law. It's easier to achieve if we work together. We are confident that with the leadership of the US, we can win this ideological war against authoritarianism. Taiwan is on the front line in the confrontation between democracies and authoritarianism. Considering Taiwan's strategic significance on a geopolitical level, safeguarding its survival, freedom, and prosperity is important to all democracies. Now you may ask, how and why does Taiwan matter? First, Taiwan is a partner for shared values. Taiwan is committed to defending the universal values of democracy, freedom, and human rights despite nonstop coercion from China. Taiwan's efforts have won global recognition. The Economist Intelligence Unit rated Taiwan as a full democracy in its Democracy Index 2020, ranking Taiwan first in East Asia and 11th globally. Taiwan continues to work with other democracies to advance global efforts to consolidate democracy. Taiwan's work with the US through the Indo-Pacific Democratic Governance consultations to facilitate good governance and democracy in the region. We also engage in human rights consultations with the European Union, and under the Global Cooperation and Training Framework, Taiwan and the US have cooperated to assist regional countries in areas such as media literacy and women's empowerment. Second, Taiwan is key to regional and global security. Taiwan is located in a strategic position in the first island chain and is on the path of many major maritime traffic and trade routes. A democratic Taiwan plays a significant role in ensuring freedom of navigation in the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea. Both of them are critical to peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. Most importantly, a democratic Taiwan serves as a sea fortress to block China's expansionism into the wide Pacific. The PRC has claimed Taiwan as part of it to legitimize its aggression and expansionism. But isn't this irredentism precisely what gave rise to the Second World War? On the same note, the Chinese government continues to twist our nomenclature to signify its sovereignty claim over Taiwan. And when we say we want to use our real name, Beijing calls it a provocation and threatens war or retaliation. Fortunately, we have good friends in DC who know the strategic importance for Taiwan to be called Taiwan. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you. To counter China's continued and growing use of gray zone tactics, Taiwan has developed appropriate strategies and countermeasures. Taiwan remains firmly committed to strengthening its self-defense capacity. I would like to thank the Biden administration for approving the first batch of arms sale to Taiwan, helping us deter China's military coercion. These once again demonstrates US commitment to Taiwan's security. Third, Taiwan is an indispensable partner in reliable and resilient global supply chains. One of the main lessons we have learned from the COVID-19 pandemic is the risk of overdependence on a single market with regard to global supply chains for critical industries. Many countries are aware of the dangers and are advocating for more resilient global supply chains. Taiwan's top-ranked semiconductor and high-tech industries are geopolitically important. As a reliable and trustworthy partner to the US, Taiwan is working to enhance the resilience of global supply chains. Taiwan and the US resumed talks under the Trade and Investment Framework Agreement in June this year, covering a wide range of issues such as supply chains, semiconductors, vaccines, environment, labor, and digital trade. We look forward to deepening economic and trade relations with the US based on the existing mechanism and moving toward a bilateral trade agreement. Last but not least, Taiwan has valuable experience of countering authoritarian tactics against democracy. Taiwan has long been threatened by the Chinese government on all fronts. In addition to military, economic, and cultural intimidation, Taiwan faces cyber attacks, gray zone tactics, and disinformation campaigns. Moreover, from decades of experience, as well as shared language and cultural backgrounds, Taiwan knows about China's united front tactics very well. Taiwan has learned valuable lessons and developed various means to tackle the threats to democracy. And we are more than willing to share this knowledge with fellow democracies. As I mentioned last year, Taiwan's success in handling COVID-19 proves that democratic system is far more effective in responding to the pandemic than authoritarian practice of covering up the truth and hiding the facts. The Taiwan model exposes the absurdity of the propaganda orchestrated by the authoritarianism and demonstrates the resilience of the democratic system in the face of the pandemic. The Taiwan model is a reminder that standing firm to defend democratic values is not only the right way, but the only way to move forward. Thanks to the GTI and many friends in the United States, Taiwan-US relations remain rock solid and continue to grow. Looking ahead, we believe the US can further demonstrate its credibility and reliability in the Indo-Pacific by deepening comprehensive relations with Taiwan. Close Taiwan-US ties are key to regional peace, stability, and prosperity. To sum up, this is a vital moment for democracies to defend their values and systems in the ideological war against authoritarian forces. All democracies need to work together closely to counter threats from authoritarianism. We appreciate the leadership role the US has played in defending democracy and look forward to further advancing bilateral relations with the US. And I would like to stress again, by working together, democracy will prevail and Taiwan will prevail. Thank you.
As a reminder to all our viewers, panel 1 on grand strategy will begin at 9 a.m. We appreciate your patience during this transition period. Our deepest thanks to Foreign Minister Wu for those incredibly insightful and incisive remarks, which serve as an excellent segue to our opening panel here on grand strategy. It's clear to see why these issues matter to Taiwan, but I think the foreign minister makes a compelling argument for why the international community should be concerned as well. This first panel on grand strategy is intended to lay out the broader context for US-Taiwan relations. What are the agencies and structure in this era of strategic competition? Specifically, what are the strategies, including all the instruments of power and statecraft, as well as longer-term objectives that are at play of the various stakeholders in the Taiwan Strait and in the broader Indo-Pacific region? We have a new administration in power now in the United States, and it is the prerogative of any duly elected government to review the policy and practices of its predecessor. This is a necessary and constructive process to ensure that any policy and strategy, for that matter, is continuously updated to reflect current realities. It would therefore be critical for us to not only examine the plan, principles, as well as patterns of behavior of the United States, Taiwan, but also those of its critical allies and partners, such as Japan, to ensure that they are aligned. And while this conference is at its heart a conference about US-Taiwan relations, it would be irresponsible not to talk about China and China's grand strategy. Since the PRC presents an existential threat to Taiwan, and I think, as the foreign minister makes clear, the world increasingly realizes the grave challenge that the PRC presents to the existing world order. The CCP's pattern of behavior, including aggressive military activities, economic and diplomatic coercion, its control over international institutions, and the manipulation of its rules to serve its interests, Orwellian control and repression in Xinjiang, Tibet, and Hong Kong, the clear ideological determination of its top leaders. All this and more point to a plan that the like-minded countries with shared values, as well as interests, cannot ignore. Indeed, totalitarian China and the authoritarian regimes like Russia are not only stepping up their repression at home, but also extending their long arms abroad with serious implications for the free world. In this context, the deteriorating conditions of Hong Kong's autonomy is not only a bad sign for Taiwan, but also for the international community. I think we can all agree that there's urgency to seize the strategic initiative. With that, let me turn to our experts who are really going to be able to help us understand these issues and also understand the policy implications and the policies at play that can help to address these issues and more. I will introduce them briefly in the order that they will be speaking. First, we'll have Matthew Kroenig, who is a professor in the Department of Government and the Edmund Walsh School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University. He's the director of the Global Strategy Initiative and deputy director of the Socroft Center for Strategy and Security at the Atlantic Council. Then David Stilwell, who served as the Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs from 2019 to 2021. He served in the US Air Force for 35 years and retired in the rank of Brigadier General, and also served as an Asia advisor to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. We have Nobukatsu Kanehara, who is a professor at Doshisha University in Kyoto, Japan. Previously, Nobu served as Assistant Chief Cabinet Secretary to Prime Minister Shinzo Abe from 2012 to 2019, and an inaugural Deputy Secretary General of the National Security Secretariat of Japan. Then we have Ambassador Derek Mitchell, who is the president of the National Democratic Institute, and also recently, most previously in service to the US State Department as ambassador to the Republic of the Union of Myanmar and Burma. And finally, we have Vincent Chow, who is the Adjunct Fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, and he previously served as the Director of the Political Division at the Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office here in the United States. And as an administrative note to all our live audience members, we do want to hear from you, and we will be taking questions from the audience near the end of this session. You may send your questions anytime you like by email to contact@globaltaiwan.org or by using the chat function on YouTube or also on LinkedIn. And you may also tweet us at Global Taiwan. Please remember to include your name and affiliation along with your questions. So first, I'd like to turn over now to Matt. We'll be talking about democracy versus autocracy and strategic competition. Matt, the floor is yours.
Great. Well, thank you very much for that introduction, Russell. Thank you very much to the Global Taiwan Institute for hosting this important event. The US-Taiwan relationship is so important, and so it's always a pleasure to speak at your events. As was mentioned, Russell said I'll be speaking about democracy versus autocracy and great power competition. And we all know we're in this new era of great power competition. And I sense some pessimism in Washington, this sense that China's autocracy, Xi Jinping's firm control, provides an advantage. He can plan for the long term, pull a lever and implement big decisions, mass state resources toward important projects. And meanwhile, in our democracies, we're fragmented, we're polarized, we can't think beyond a 2 or 4 year election cycle, and therefore we might be outmaneuvered in this new era of competition. So I was interested in the subject and decided to write a book on it that came out last year called The Return of Great Power Rivalry, Democracy versus Autocracy from the Ancient World to the United States and China. There's a copy of it on the shelf behind me here. And I came to the opposite conclusion, that actually democracies have significant advantages in great power competitions and democracies significant disadvantages. And I think recognizing these is important for competition and good strategy. I think it makes sense that many in the national security community think about the enemy's strengths and our vulnerabilities. But I think good strategy often comes from the opposite. Where are we strong? Where are they vulnerable? And how can we leverage our strengths against their vulnerabilities? And so in this study, I find that autocracies actually have many economic, diplomatic, and military vulnerabilities. And we see all of these now in Xi's Chinese Communist Party. So when it comes to economics, a lot of evidence that democracies put in place better economic institutions that provide for innovation and long-run growth. The problem autocracies have is they always prioritize, or often prioritize, political control over economic performance. Dictators are obsessed with control. And we see this now in Xi's China, cracking down on Hong Kong, cracking down on technology companies, cracking down on private education companies. And so all these things are going to hurt China's economic performance, but from Xi's point of view, that's okay. What he wants is control over Chinese society, being able to control and minimize independent sources of influence. And so there is a logic to it, but it's a political logic, not an economic logic. And it's already hurting Chinese economic growth. Just recently, the Chinese said that they're projecting 2% economic growth over the next couple of years, which would really be devastating, I think. You know, we have in our mind that they've created this model that will generate perpetual high rates of growth, and that's just not the case. So I think China's facing real economic headwinds, and in order to get out of them, it's going to have to reform economically, but that's going to be difficult. In fact, in 10 areas where the Chinese Communist Party itself has promised economic reforms, President Xi is backtracking or stalling in 8 of 10. Some real economic challenges. Diplomatically, autocracies often, they're not very good at building alliances and partnerships. I think we see this with China, 1 or maybe 2 formal allies. They're certainly gaining influence around the world. through the Belt and Road Initiative and other things, but their ham-fisted diplomacy is also leading to counterbalancing coalitions, and negative views of China are at all-time highs around the world. We see this in the United States, where the United States tried 20 years of cooperation only to now say that China is the greatest state-based threat that we face. We see the Quad forming in Asia, the European Union declaring China a systemic rival. So I think China is overplaying its hand diplomatically, scaring much of the rest of the world and causing them to counterbalance against China. And then militarily, dictatorships face weaknesses, vulnerabilities as well. And the biggest one is that their biggest security threat comes from their own people. Many examples of this throughout history. But we see this today in China. China spends more on internal security than it does on its military. For the US Department of Defense, it's 2-to-1 in the other direction. If you follow the money, the Chinese Communist Party, President Xi is more afraid of protesters in Hong Kong, of Uyghurs in Xinjiang, than he is of the US Department of Defense. Militarily also, autocracies don't often trust their military officers. They don't trust them to take initiative on the battlefield. They want them to wait for strict orders. And so this, I think, is going to undermine Chinese military effectiveness. And we already see it in an area that I know very well, strategic deterrence. The United States has done nuclear deterrence patrols with its submarines since the 1960s. This is a half-century-old technology for us. The Chinese still do not do regular deterrence patrols with their submarines. And again, it's in part because of this dictator's obsession with control. They like their nuclear weapons in centralized depots. They don't really trust sending military officers to sea with nuclear weapons. And so instead, we see in this recent nuclear buildup, they're investing in fixed silo ground-based forces, which again, the party can better control. But it's not ideal from a deterrence point of view. So the China threat is significant. I don't want to minimize it. I do think it is the most significant challenge the United States and its allies face now. But I think we also need to recognize that China is not 10 feet tall. It has vulnerabilities. On the other hand, even though we're down on our model, I think there's a lot of reason to believe that democracies have real strengths in these competitions. We do have innovative economies. The United States still has the world's largest economy, has been the center of innovation since the time of Thomas Edison, still the center of the global financial system. This is an area where China is not even close to competing. If you look at reserve currency, 60% of reserve currency holdings are US dollars, only 2% Chinese RMB. So China not a financial powerhouse yet. If we look at alliances, this is obviously a great source of US strength, over 30 formal treaty allies. If it's just the United States against China, it's 23% of global GDP against China's 16 or 17% of global GDP. That's getting too close for comfort. If you make it the entire free world, then it's 60% of global GDP on our side against China's 16 or so percent. So in a much stronger position, obviously, with our friends and allies. And then when it comes to military capability, yes, the United States essentially lost the war in Afghanistan, but still the United States has the only superpower, power projecting military. The military balance is narrowing in the Indo-Pacific, so it is a serious challenge. But I think there's good reason to believe that with its new focus on great power competition, the United States and its allies will be able to maintain a favorable balance of power to deny China the ability to conduct a successful attack against our allies. So I guess I wanted to start the conversation with a little bit of a note of optimism. This is a serious challenge. But the United States and its allies have defeated revisionist autocratic powers in the past, from Nazi Germany to the Soviet Union. And I think China poses a real challenge, but that we have some underappreciated strengths. China has some underappreciated weaknesses, and that working together with our friends and allies, we can prevail in this competition. So I'll end my remarks there and very much look forward to hearing what my distinguished co-panelists have to say.
Excellent, Matt. And I think really appreciate you opening up with that longer view and also taking that approach that you did in terms of highlighting the unappreciated advantages that democracy have and also the unappreciated weaknesses and vulnerabilities that autocracies like regimes in China have. And I think we'll get an opportunity to really sort of weigh, those variables throughout the course of our discussion in this panel and throughout the day. I do want to just point out that, your note about how, we should not take China as sort of 10 feet tall is well taken. But I imagine from our vantage point here in Washington, D.C., that may certainly be the case. But, to our friends in Japan and Taiwan, I think they're much closer than to China. And so they would probably seem a lot, they possibly could be seen as 10 feet tall there from their vantage point as well. So, all right, next I'm going to turn it over to Dave. Who will cover China's grand strategy and countermeasures among U.S. allies and partners. Dave, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, and thanks for your patience as we join from here in the provinces out in the middle of the Pacific. Good morning from very dark Hawaii, and thanks for the opportunity to join. And thanks for the chance to follow Matt, because my comments actually are a lot easier after his opening statement. And I'll just summarize this way. Grand strategy is a great thing. I don't think grand strategy is something that you don't actually write grand strategy. It's just who you are, and it's more in the carpet versus something like the national security strategy. And so when China writes a grand strategy in terms of the party work reports and all the documentation that comes out, and I'm basing that off of this paper by Dan Tobin. If you have a chance to look at it, please do. It'll say it much better than I can. But when you contrive to derive your own grand strategy and drive that thing, I compare it to, I got a chance to talk to Chairman Mark Milley before I left DC. And his question was, why is American foreign policy so messed up? And I said, it's actually as good as it can get. And this goes to Matt's comments, is it actually takes in many more inputs than the strategy that the Chinese are employing right now, autocracies. And the reason is this. When you write a grand strategy beginning in 1987 with the 11th Party Congress, third plenum, and you do have a linear progression over the years, and you set 50-year markers, you're assuming that the ground on which that high-speed rail is established, which you built it on, is stable and static. But we know the global situation is not. We know it's very dynamic. And so I compared the Chinese grand strategy, its approach to high-speed rail built a long time ago, going really fast, but it's heading in a direction that was right at first. It is no longer correct. It's heading for a cliff compared to American grand strategy, or in this case, our diplomacy, foreign policy. The ground is dynamic, and we, instead of high-speed rail, are a drunk driver heading down I-95, bouncing off the guardrails with each administration and all those things. But every time we bounce off a guardrail, we rehome and we reset and we head back toward the right direction. So it's not as quick, it's not as pretty, and it hits bumps like it does as you see today, but it really is a far better recipe. So I completely agree with Matt's point on that. Let me just talk quickly about grand strategy. Again, Tobin worked for me when he was out here at PACOM before I went to State Department, and he put 3 years of hard work into that paper, and I think he's got it exactly right. Most of us assumed Chinese grand strategy was basically survival of the party. He proved quite thoroughly that it's actually rejuvenation. I mean, if you're sitting in Tiananmen Square looking at the rostrum, to your right is Chang'an, to your left is Fuxingmen, right? Rejuvenation Road. This has been a long-term plan, is to resume its former greatness, whatever that was prior to the Opium Wars. And so that's why you hear about those things all the time. And so understanding that this is actually a linear idea, it wasn't happy under Deng and Jiang and then starting to get tougher. The idea has been the same all along. And again, the paper explains this. And the idea is rejuvenation, restoring China's rightful place in the center of the global stage, and all those things you heard from 19th Party Congress work report. And so that drives them into things that, and because it's autocracy, it drives them into making decisions that in Lithuania recently and other places, especially on the topic of Taiwan, that makes it do really unfortunate things. It shoots itself in the foot all the time. We should leverage that, take advantage of it. And as Matt said, in terms of alliances, in terms of an ideology that actually people can buy into, these are also things that we should play to our advantages. On that note, so Chinese grand strategy, rejuvenation, linear progression, mile markers, right? 2021 first centenary goal, 2049 second, 2035 intermediate, all those things. They really are good for getting the society organized, getting for the economy moving in the right direction, but they don't account for reality. And then that's the problem you're seeing today. What is America's grand strategy? I think, and it's hard to say, like I said earlier, it's not written in a formal document that looks like the 2017 National Security Strategy. It's kind of who we are. It starts with the founding documents, like the Declaration of Independence, which says we're all created equal and we all have certain rights, endowed by our Creator. And those sorts of things. We also have something of a missionary zeal based on who our founding fathers were. And so we like to go out and help others discover the beauty of this democracy. That's our grand strategy. And from administration to administration, you find this, I think, very, very consistently. Yeah, there are periods of isolation and there are periods of reaching out, but the consistent move is to help others benefit from the what we've discovered of democracy and all those things. So as far as China's grand strategy, if when you speak with them and when you get harangued by them when you're in the official positions, Taiwan's right at the top of the list. When I was in the defense attaché office, there were always the three obstacles, right? NDA 2000, hostile legislation, close-in reconnaissance operations, and of course, Taiwan, our relationship with Taiwan. So we have to take that seriously. We have to understand that part of their grand strategy is what they think of as reunification. You can debate reunification, exactly what that means, because if you look at Chinese map in the Southern Song Dynasty compared to the Tang or what we see today, there's no such thing as a Chinese map as you look at Xinjiang now and all the problems they're having with that. But Taiwan has been a constant, even though, again, many would argue that Taiwan never really was part of China. That's fair. It's a goal, and this is something they've advertised to their people, that this is part of the rejuvenation plan and the reunification plan. So it must be taken seriously. But as happened when I was in government before in uniform, we have to challenge that assessment. We bought at face value the thought that if you do anything, if you get any closer, if you resist this slow encroachment and squeezing of Taiwan as part of our grand strategy of reunification, there will be war. Well, if you look at what China's doing to our economy right now, if you look at what they're doing to our internal domestic affairs, a paper just came out this week about proving by Mandiant proved that China is actually encouraging, funding, and helping those who would try to create dissent, discontent, and division in our country. It's absolutely part of the political warfare plan. So I would say they're at war. They've been at war. They've called us the enemy for decades, and we are finally coming around to it. And it's late, but it's not too late. So even though Taiwan reunification is an issue, there is absolutely nothing wrong with a paper yesterday by Walter Russell Mead talked about salami slice tactics and game theory. Taiwan's international space, Taiwan's ability to actually negotiate with the PRC in terms of the 3 communiques and all those things that we agreed on, resolving this problem peacefully has been getting squeezed. And so, like Hong Kong, we have sat back and accepted that, okay, don't touch Taiwan, you can't do that. Wrongly, we should have been very forceful in preserving Taiwan's space to allow it to negotiate to a point where you can get to a peaceful negotiation. So yes, Taiwan's important, but no, we should not be brushed back from the plate, as some would say, because the PRC might get upset about us allowing Taiwan to resolve this. And to our Japanese friends, your recent and very welcome engagement is again, we just heard, it's our allies and our friends and our like-minded partners that are our greatest strength. And again, Japan, none stronger than that. I think the last thing I'll note here before I turn over is, our sub-strategy in this regard, if we mentioned losing the war in Afghanistan, I would take issue with that. If you look at what we were saying in 1975 after Vietnam, we lost the war. In 1980, we clearly won it because they were sick of the Soviets. And we just fought a war in '79 with the Chinese, and they were coming back to us full force going, hey, we see who you are, you're reliable, and let's work together. And look at the relationship today. So Afghanistan is going to take some time to resolve and settle out, but I do think it's going to resolve favorably. But our strategy here should be to truly rebalance, to truly focus on those areas where the PRC has been allowed to build full strength as we look at their military, and allow them to take on some of the issues that they've earned by overextension and through meddling, and in some cases allowing us to carry the burden, as in Afghanistan. Look at China, look at Pakistan. I'll quit here, but look at Pakistan. Look how well this One Belt, One Road idea has worked out. When the Gwadar port is stalled, Chinese citizens are being blown up routinely in Pakistan because they're just not welcome anymore. I think they should be allowed to deal with that security situation as it rises in Afghanistan. I'll leave it at that. Hopefully it's not too provocative, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, Dave. I really appreciate that. I think I like the analogy to the high-speed rail, and I think our next speaker would appreciate that even more so, considering his country has perhaps the best high-speed rail system in the entire world. But so next, I really appreciate the point that you make about how the ground is dynamic and it's ever changing, and we have to be cognizant of the fact that we need to be able to take steps to be able to shape and condition the ground to ensure that it comes to the resolution that we will want it to be. So next, I'll turn it over to Nobu, who will give us an overview on the changing dynamics in the Indo-Pacific and his views on Taiwan's role in the Japan's Indo-Pacific strategy. Nobu, over to you.
Thank you, Russell. Thank you for having me. Japan's grand strategy is very simple: to maintain and to expand the liberal international order in Asia. We do share the principle. It's a very simple principle. Everybody is born to be happy, regardless of skin color, civilization, religion. And the government is the instrument for that. And the legitimacy of the government must based upon the people's free will. That's a very simple principle. Asians, we should remember that Asians came through a very different path. But Asia is now counting 60% of the world population, 60% of the world GNP soon. We should incorporate Asia into this the liberal international order. That's our challenge to face. But the Asians came through a very different path. They were colonized. They were racially discriminated. And they suffered from dictatorship even after independence for half a century. One by one, they came to democratic club. The first was the Philippines, 86, 87, Republic of Korea, and Taiwan under Li Donghui, and coastal ASEAN nation. It's just beginning. We're at creation of the liberal international order in Asia. We have to maintain this momentum. Biggest challenge is now China. They celebrated the collapse of Soviet Union with us. They feared Russians so much. But after that, they started to feel that the next target could be China. And they want to be with us. They want to import our technology, the investment, everything, but not to join our club, to maintain their dictatorship. That was their purpose. Now it's very clear. Unfortunately, after Lehman shock, they believed that the West is in decline. 10 years ago, their size was Japan's size. Today, they are 3 times bigger than Japan. In 10 years' time, they could be as big as the United States. They know that. And they are very confident today. It's erroneous confidence, but they have confidence today. And because of the loss of legitimacy of the communist dictatorship, they replaced that by the extreme nationalism. And this was imprinted in kids' minds by the national education. And they emphasize the humiliation of 150 years. And that creates poison in kids' minds. And now the government is now driven by the people's nationalism. This is where they are. And it's very dangerous. And Xi Jinping is a generation of Red Guard youngsters from 1966 through 1979. There was no university. Mao was almost driven away from power after the Great Leap that killed tens of millions. And he started the chaos in China, and he survived. And millions died for that, and he survived. But at that time, there was no history issue. And after they opened up their economy to the West, they have to keep the dictatorship at the same time. And they use this history issue. And that created poison in Chinese mind. Today, they are now big enough. They believe that they can take back the ex-Qing China's territory. That means the 100 million people's ethnic minorities, land and people, and the ex-tributary states must be subjugated to China. That's their dream today. The resurrection of Qing dynasty has become their ambition simply because they knew that that dynasty was dismantled by the Westerners, including Japan. And this is where we are. We have to face that. The Taiwan is now symbolic, like West Berlin in Europe at the beginning of the Cold War. Taiwan is a democracy today, and they have identity of Taiwanese. 10 years ago, they were saying that we are Chinese and Taiwanese. 90% of Taiwanese are saying that. Today, 90% of Taiwanese say we are Taiwanese, period. We are not Chinese. That's them. And they are democratic Taiwan, not part of China. And that's the identity today. And we have to recognize that. And Taiwan is a big economy today. They can be among G20 easily. And they have 23 million, as big as Australia in terms of population. And the TSMC is the leading company in the world. Without them, we can't have the best chips today. And Taiwan is a big part of industrial economy on Earth. And they have the Bashi Straits, and they look at the South China Sea. Japan was controlling the South China Sea together with the French before the war through Taiwan. That's the reason why Taiwan has many islands in the South China Sea. It's a strategically very important island for everybody. And we changed the legitimate government from Taipei to Beijing in 1970s. We said that's Chinese clearly, but we never acquiesced in. We never said it's okay for China to incorporate Taiwan forcibly. We opposed to that. We still opposed to that. Taiwan is in the sphere of the liberal world since 1945, and it's never changed. And we respect Chinese position, and as far as the peace and stability over the strait is respected, is maintained. If they use force, that's the destruction of the status quo. That changes everything. And lastly, I wanted to finish my speech with a bit sense of the optimism. The Chinese government sticks to power at any cost. That's the survival of the communist dictatorship. They feared so much seeing the Ceausescu were killed, was the wife together with the wife were killed. Gorbachev, the Soviet Union fell, and Eastern Europe jumped out to the West, and they felt that it's only China and North Korea. We have to survive. That's the only purpose of Chinese government today. They have no intention to change their political regime. It's just like Qing dynasty at the end of their life. But Chinese people are very different. I have to say that much before the Enlightenment thinking in Europe, even 3rd century BC, the Mencius was saying that the people is the most precious. Statecraft next. The king is the least important, he said. And he said, bad king can be decapitated. That's Chinese thinking. And the communists knows that very well. That's the reason why they're so fearful. I don't believe that the communist regime will change very easily. But we have to remember that Chinese people have this thinking long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nobu. And this wasn't planned at all, but I'm struck by the optimistic tone that we've heard from all three of our first three presenters right now on this topic of grand strategy. I think if you were to sort of pick up the newspaper or watch the news, that's certainly not the case that one would get from from the situation about the rise of China and then also the state of the United States and also of the region. Next, I want to turn it over to Derek to really drill in a bit more, but also take to address the issue from the theme of the panel to address the role of Taiwan's democracy in the Biden administration's grand strategy. Derek, over to you.
Thank you, Russell, and I hope I keep up this trend of optimism. I am an optimist by nature, and I am optimistic. But it's wonderful to see everybody here on the panel. A lot of good old friends, Nobu and Vincent and the rest of the panel. I've always been admirers of all of you. And Russell, congratulations for another great event and a GTI in this. I want to wish everyone a happy International Day of Democracy. It happens to be today that we're holding this event, and particularly a good moment for me to be speaking, as you say, Russell, on the role of Taiwan's democracy in Biden administration's grand strategy. I mean, as Dave said, there is no real enunciated grand strategy in the United States or anything branded as such. There's not even yet, for the Biden folks, a formal national security strategy yet. There is an interim NSS, there have been speeches, so we can glean what the components of what the Biden administration strategy is. And it includes, certainly at the top, geostrategic rivalry with China and Russia in particular, as well as other authoritarian states. And to address that rivalry, strengthening of alliances and partnerships, particularly among fellow democracies. They outline priority attention to global health, to pandemic recovery, which we're all struggling with, climate change, harnessing the digital technology revolution, fighting kleptocracy and corruption as just essentially corrosive to human rights, democracy, and a liberal order, re-engaging and shaping the work of international institutions, and an enhanced focus on the Indo-Pacific region, which those of us who are Asianists are quite gratified to see. But the dominant theme that runs through all this is this fundamental recognition that there exists a new twilight struggle. And that twilight struggle is between autocracy and democracy as the defining challenge of the 21st century. It includes, but it really transcends this idea of great power competition. I mean, I understand great power competition. I've worked in the Pentagon and China for many years. But this agenda of autocracy versus democracy really, it absolutely has at the center of the US and China, but it transcends that. It recognizes that there is a broad illiberal challenge that is occurring within countries and within the international system, beyond specific great powers that really have impact on international security and our respective interests. Free speech, free flow of information, free media, open debate, transparency standards, including for aid and investment, government accountability through oversight of parliaments, a vibrant civil society, credible elections, peaceful transfers of power. All of this and more are under attack by the illiberal powers, by great powers and lesser great powers alike. And they're considered by the Biden administration essential, not just to protect individual human rights and dignity, but for peace, stability, security, and development worldwide. So it's quite a comprehensive view of what we face strategically in this challenge, in this competition between autocracy and democracy in this age, represented but transcending any one country. So if we had a core interest, if they outlined their core interest, this would be one of them, I would say, for the Biden team. Now, Taiwan in all these respects is an important player then in the Biden strategic agenda. They are critical and central to supply chains and digital innovation in the digital age. In the era of climate change, Taiwan is environmentally responsible. In the era of pandemic, quality healthcare, transparent governance, responsible civic activism has led Taiwan to be a model for addressing pandemics. I think recently there was a blip in that pristine way of governance during the pandemic. But overall, their society and the responsible civic activism and transparent governance, the quality healthcare, Taiwan has been a model. And of course, Taiwan has been a symbol and become a symbol of democratic freedom in the Indo-Pacific region, the freest society in Asia, according to Freedom House, a democratic success story at the heart of the 21st century's two defining and related geostrategic competitions, China and democracy. Whether Taiwan has asked for it or not, they are at the center of these two defining and related geostrategic competitions, China and democracy. So for those of us in the democracy community, Taiwan is a kind of model for the world that we are looking to shape. We are looking for if you're looking for free and fair elections with peaceful transfers of power, female presidents, and I don't say that as a partisan thing, either there or here, but it is a step forward. To have leading politicians who are women, commitment to so-called radical transparency. Thank you, Audrey Tang, for that. A vibrant civic tech community, creative, engaged, and tech-savvy young women and men dedicated to fighting aggressive disinformation campaigns. And the only democracy support foundation in Asia through the Taiwan Foundation for Democracy. In these and other ways, Taiwan serves as a model for Asia and the world, and why Taiwan is necessarily essential to President Biden's strategic agenda, to the degree that it is focused. And as I say, that democracy support is central to that agenda, which I really do believe it is. Now, for better or worse, we all know that Taiwan's success as a democracy terrifies Beijing. That's not because Taiwan seeks to terrify Beijing or that Taiwan is provocative through its democracy. To the contrary, Taiwan simply wants to live in peace. But Taiwan's vital democracy demonstrates every day, as so many other countries in Asia do, that so-called Asian values are not synonymous with autocracy, but with the same values of freedom, democracy, and human dignity cherished by people everywhere. It puts the lie every day to the CCP's insistence that Asian culture and democracy are incompatible, that Asian societies with substantial Chinese cultural influence don't value freedom and democracy, and that democracy generally can't deliver on stability or growth or otherwise. That propaganda is fundamental to the CCP's identity and to its legitimacy these days. And it's why they felt the need to so brutally and completely snuff out the Hong Kong people's overwhelming demand for democracy and dignity. But Taiwan's continued democratic success in what it represents to Asia and the world is precisely why the current US administration, joined by the US Congress on a bipartisan basis, and by previous administrations of both parties, and is demonstrating more commitment to Taiwan's security and dignity than ever before. And as a result, the US-Taiwan bilateral relationship appears to be increasingly normalizing step by step, which is all to the good. And the US is also seeking to help Taiwan, along with others, broaden its international contacts and sources of support, and to integrate Taiwan more and more into the international conversation where possible, to make the most of the substantial public goods that Taiwan offers the region and the world that I outlined earlier. The increased interest in Taiwan of Japan, as we heard, of the UK, of Lithuania, and many others these days is welcome. The Biden strategy assumes natural affinity among democratic societies and the need for them to work together in common cause to defend the liberal values that we cherish. So, I mean, supporting Taiwan's dignity and affirming its inherent value as a successful democracy should not be considered provocative to anyone. That it is, to some or one particular country, only reconfirms the stakes of the defining normative competition of our time. Free societies are merely defending what we know to be essential to preserve international peace and common development in the years to come. The alternative autocratic model only promises a dark future for international society and people everywhere. I think the current administration is clear-eyed about the stakes, and they realize this is an all-hands moment among free people. So in the end, I always hesitate to mention China when it comes to Taiwan, because particularly when it comes to grand strategy or really otherwise, Taiwan's inherent value to international affairs as a stable, vibrant, developed, open, democratic society should have nothing to do with China. But of course, China insists that it be so. And it obstructs Taiwan internationally, and it bullies and threatens Taiwan's people. But that insistence to incessantly coerce, belittle, and threaten others, not just Taiwan, all of us, serves to spotlight the problem we all face from China as an obstacle not just to constructive US-China relations, but to international peace. And it is China's own actions that make Taiwan's democracy so essential to US-Taiwan relations, and frankly, why it's essential to any grand strategy that places the promotion and protection of democratic norms, defining the rules, norms, and standards that will shape the international system in the 21st century, is one of the core strategic issues of our time. So with that, I pass it back to you, Russell.
Larry, you offered a lot there for us to pick up on, and I really it's reassuring that you are in a position that you are with as such a strong proponent of democracy and also a strategic thinker to really integrate the element of democracy in the in our broader thinkings about strategies and policies towards regional security issues that often it gets divorced from the critical element of democracy, and as part of that, and I really do hope that in the years to come we'll be able to sort of translate that into into that broader sort of normative rules and standards that you speak of into practical institutions that can actually provide the type of security that we all hope that greater solidarity can offer among like-minded countries, but also that I think of those countries that share a similar interest as well. Finally here, and last but not least, I want to turn it over to Vincent now, and I think it's absolutely critical that we do get the Taiwanese perspectives on Taiwan's role in strategic competition. I think in all of this, when we talk about great power competition, strategic competition, the framework oftentimes gets bogged down on US-China, and it's important that we also of course take into account of Vincent's what he's going to talk about now, and he's certainly very well equipped to address these issues. So Vincent, over to you.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody, and thanks, Russell, for moderating this panel and inviting me to share views on Taiwan's role in strategic competition and cross-strait relations. So it's actually the first time I'm here participating as a non-government official. So believe me, I'll be making the most of this. And I want to start with the first question on everybody's minds, which is the current cross-strait relationship sustainable? And frankly, my personal view is that despite the best efforts of policymakers from both Taiwan and the US, it is hard to see how this can be the case. Now, if we look at this from a longer-term perspective, the growing divergence between PRC and Taiwan intentions could not be more evident. From a PRC standpoint, it is clear that it sees unification as a historical inevitability. Whether through political means or military intervention, there is only one end goal, which they've made quite clear through statements and actions. And it's easy to see why. I mean, the CCP's management of the Taiwan question is directly connected to its legitimacy. And without resolving this issue, it would be hard-pressed to claim that national rejuvenation has been achieved, as they've said. Now, Xi Jinping's relentless drive for power and the legitimacy he needs in doing so has only strengthened this argument. And bellicose Chinese nationalism will make any attempt to second-guess this political suicide. So because of these reasons, I think we can fairly assume that China is strongly dissatisfied with the current state of cross-strait relations. Despite an impetus to make progress, it is now significantly further from its objectives than it was 5 years ago. Taiwan public opinion continues to trend in the opposite direction. There is greater awareness of gray zone tactics and growing skepticism of any economic benefits that would arise from closer cross-strait ties. Younger generations of Taiwanese overwhelmingly identify as Taiwanese, and the KMT has not presented a convincing path forward for retaking the presidency and is currently mired in intra-party conflict over its elections for party chair. So what we will likely see in the months and years ahead will be a response to these trends. If chances of a political solution continue to flatline, particularly after 22 and 24 elections, it is almost inevitable that we will start to see China increase the tempo of its military, economic, political pressure, while engaging in preparations for possible military intervention. These would just be the logical deductions of this. But I think it's also important to look at the current cross-strait play from the Taiwanese perspective as well. It's a viewpoint that often takes a back seat vis-a-vis China, but it shouldn't be the case. The first thing the international community has to realize is that given the circumstances, it's actually rational and expected that Taiwan public opinion will continue to drift away from China. This is more than a DPP or KMT issue, but a matter of fact for a place that has had really a severed connection to China for much of the last century. And it continues to be exacerbated by the CCP's policy of forcing an outcome it does not desire. What I think many observers in China get wrong is this. The Tsai administration is actually not leading a charge towards changing the feelings people in Taiwan have towards China. This has already shifted, and it will continue to shift regardless of which party is in power. What the Tsai administration in its effect doing is trying to manage the process in a way that is less provocative to the PRC and more widely accepted by the international community. And this is what both the CCP and the KMT, judging by the recent leadership contest, have not come to grasp with. But it's true. I mean, nowhere is this trend more apparent than a long-standing survey the National Tsinghua University has conducted of identity recognition. In 1992, about a quarter of Taiwanese saw themselves as Chinese and less than a fifth as Taiwanese. The remainder was a mixture of the two. Today, close to 70% see themselves as solely Taiwanese, with less than 3% as Chinese. And it's important to note this trend continued uninterrupted throughout the previous two KMT administrations. So the point I want to make is that both sides' intentions, motivations, and desired outcomes are trending in irreconcilable directions. It is very difficult to see how future cross-strait relations will not be impacted by this. Now, this brings me to the second question I want to address, which is what should policymakers be doing in response to this? I mean, from a domestic perspective, this is easy to answer. If we take the CCP's intentions as fixed and the only variable being time, we need to ensure that this timeline can be dragged out for as long as possible, ideally indefinitely. Taiwan needs to do anything and everything it can to enhance deterrence in order to ensure that the PRC is prevented from reaching their desired confidence levels anytime soon. There really isn't any alternative. This means, importantly, that the Taiwan government must be invested in sustained increases to the defense budget, new equipment, better training, and a greater sense of strategic clarity. But more crucially, it entails a clear and more practical understanding of the threat picture so that Taiwan can focus on the capabilities that have greater deterrence value. Taiwan can't match the PRC tank for tank, ship for ship, and plane for plane. But I think many people here, particularly those that have served in the defense establishment, understand this. There will be significant political capital expended to say no to some items and yes to others, and there will have to be some give and take involved. So after years of fits and starts, I think Taiwan is finally trending in the right direction. Earlier this week, for the first time, the Xiongfeng 3 anti-ship missiles were involved in annual Hangguang exercises. This suggests a greater emphasis on the use of mobile anti-ship missiles that will be a key element of preventing a landing scenario. The Ministry of National Defense is also looking into the possibility of a new $7 billion special budget to boost domestic missile production capabilities on top of the planned purchase of coastal defense cruise missiles from the US. Ensuring each of these actions are carried to fruition will significantly enhance Taiwan's deterrent value. Now, within Taiwan, there is also a political need to continue to carefully manage the CCP's risk threshold while striking balance with domestic public opinion. I think this idea captures what the Tsai administration has sought to achieve in the past 5 years. This entails understanding the difference between situations where the CCP would respond as a matter of practice and others where they'd be genuinely compelled to act out of domestic political need. The fact that the CCP has blurred these lines will pose a challenge to future Taiwan administrations, but it is nevertheless important. There is an international component as well. I think in recent years, policymakers in the US and other democracies have reached a more nuanced and reasoned understanding that support for Taiwan, even if symbolic, contributes to cross-strait peace and stability. I believe that this is absolutely the right approach to take. I mean, to start, there is inherent deterrent value in internationalizing the cross-strait situation. There's nothing the PRC would hope for more than a localized conflict with Taiwan that the world defines as concluding an unsettled civil war. Having the cross-strait situation seen through the context of democracy versus authoritarianism, with Taiwan on the front lines, coupled with an understanding about what the fall of Taiwan would mean for democracies, enhances Taiwan's intrinsic value and also shows the PRC that potential conflict will have wider repercussions than before. The actions started under the Trump team and continued with great vigor under the Biden administration have been significant in this respect. International support for Taiwan also stabilizes its domestic political pressure. We cannot forget that with shifts in national identity, there is actually great pressure within Taiwan to be able to express this both domestically and internationally, particularly given Taiwan's robust democracy. I believe a large part about why the Tsai administration has been able to balance these desires so well, particularly amongst deeper green elements of the DPP, is because people have seen the progress that have taken place in Taiwan's relationship with the US and other democracies. Global policymakers should continue to realize and recognize that sustained international support is key to this balance. Especially as Taiwan enters the leadership contest for 2024, it can be expected that there will be pressure for more symbolic political changes in the run-up. While this debate will be part of any healthy democratic society, it is yet important to draw the wider perspectives of Taiwan's cross-strait and international relations, as well as the implications of any of these discussions on both these realms. So I'll conclude with a few parting observations on what all this means. First, in the context of strategic competition, there are people within Taiwan and some international observers that believe Taiwan should avoid taking sides. I emphatically disagree with this. This argument shows a stunning lack of awareness of the cross-strait situation and where Taiwan's interests lie. Taiwan should absolutely take sides because in the end, there is only one side, the United States, that is in line with Taiwan's interests and enhances its deterrent value. If we take the CCP's intentions for granted, and we should because we can't afford otherwise, there is only one side that helps Taiwan manage cross-strait from a position of strength. The second observation is cross-strait relations are likely to become more turbulent in the years ahead. The irreconcilable trend both sides are on means that we're likely to see continued adjustments in how the PRC approaches its Taiwan policy. As a result, there needs to be greater clarity within Taiwan of our interests and values and how we can best preserve them, as well as the necessary steps we must take to strengthen our defense. The international community should also be clear in showing support, even overt support, for Taiwan as it contributes to cross-strait peace and stability. And third and finally, despite the long-term trend of divergence, conflict is not inevitable. While the CCP's end goal is unlikely to change, there are ways of ensuring that military intervention poses unsurmountable risks for the CCP's legitimacy. This includes international attention, a robust and credible defense, as well as a high degree of strategic clarity both from and towards Taiwan. We all have a stake in this, and these are issues that we must all work on together. Thank you so much for your attention, and I look forward to the discussion ahead.
Fantastic, Vincent. I think you made a lot of really concrete recommendations there, and I hope that Taipei and also Washington are listening to what you just said there about the dynamics in Taiwan and also cross-strait relations and what to expect, going forward. I just want to remind all our audience members again that we will be taking questions from all of you. So please, I see that we have a few questions already in, but I'm going to exercise the moderator's prerogative and pose a few questions to our panel before turning to your questions. Again, if you'd like to ask a question, you can send an email to contact@globaltaiwan.org or use the chat function on our YouTube page and also on LinkedIn, or tweet us at Global Taiwan. And please include your name and an affiliation as well. So with my first question, I want to pick up on really the theme of Derek's presentation, and that's the role of Taiwan's democracy. And I think he emphasized a lot on the normative, the rules and standards and importance of Taiwan's democracy. And I was wondering, since we have a virtual room here of such strategic thinkers and minds, in what ways can we translate those importance and emphasis of norms, rules, and standards into a more practical way of really enhancing the security of democracies that, as we've sort of, I think, highlighted, is increasingly under greater challenge and threat from the rise of autocratic regimes. And I do want to point all attention to that there are some developments here, especially with the Biden administration's announcement of the Summit of Democracies, which will be held later this year in December. And as of now, I mean, we've seen the announcement but the substance of that conference does not seem to have been released yet. And I was wondering to what extent, if for those of you who are on the panel who I believe are have noted that the importance of democracies, what do you want to sort of see from the Summit of Democracies and to address and really and how can it really sort of provide some really sort of more concrete actions that can be taken to I think further these issues that we talked about. And perhaps Derek may have more insights on this than we'll probably have more insights on this than anyone else on the panel right now. But I do want to get the panel's input on this if possible. Derek, you want to start? I mean, Dave, you want to start?
I'll just be real brief on this. I think the best thing we can do is talk about how we defend democracy, which we haven't done. We've assumed it's going to thrive on its own. And the way you do that is by identifying what political warfare looks like, what economic warfare looks like, what domestic, disruptive activities. Because your democracies are open and they're sitting ducks. Autocracies are able to ring themselves with cyber firewalls that protect their own people from hearing strong messages. I would love to hear thoughts on how we can get our own message into China to people who really want to hear it. And so that would understanding how political warfare works, because it's not just kinetic and boats and bombs. It's about, it's everything. And we've been passive all along. We need to gird up. Thanks.
Excellent. Concrete. Derek, did you? Oh.
Yeah.
No, Derek? Okay, go ahead.
Nobu first. Go ahead, Nobu.
Go ahead, Derek. Can I just start? I fully concur with Dave's comments. I understand our language, liberalism, freedom, and these things, but they do understand the language of force and power. I wish to be stronger than China. Economically, the West is far bigger than China. They'll never catch up with us. But the American alliance system in the Pacific is far weaker than NATO. We don't have British or French nuclear powers in Asia. We don't have German tanks and the Poles and the Turks soldiers. We do have here only Australians. The Korean direction is very much confused under the actual president. And the allies are the Philippines and the Thailands. And their military forces are not enough to cope with the Chinese. So we have to expand the Quad. India is strategic partner like China during the Cold War. But the India is non-alignment. The military alliance with India today, at least, is not very easy. So we have to engage Europeans. They do share the values. They send their carriers and the destroyers in Asia these days very frequently. We have to show that to Chinese. And after that, we have to engage the ASEAN nations. They are very much diverse. Their perception of China is very much different from country to country. But at least we have to engage Indonesia, the biggest one. And they are very angry these days over Natsan Islands. The Philippines are, luckily they are coming back to the US now. The rotational stationing of US forces are not possible in the Philippines. Vietnamese, they are land connected to China, but they don't like Chinese at all. And they are very strong militarily. And we have to persuade one by one. Their inclination is rather neutrality than the engagement with the West. But one by one, we have to take them to our side simply because otherwise they'll be overwhelmed by China. So we have to make the strategic framework. It can never be the replacement of NATO in Asia, but we have to gather friends here in the first place. I have said that we look forward very much to see the Biden administration's efforts to rally Asians and Europeans for the same purpose, to face China. Thanks.
Derek?
Yeah, well, I agree with that entirely. And just getting to your issue of the summit and what Taiwan could do in terms of democracy. I mean, first of all, they're calling this a summit for democracy. And I think it's supposed to be, and I hope it is, a celebration of democracy, and that the whole event is done with an atmosphere of confidence and of assertiveness, and I completely agree with Dave said. We're in a stage where we need to protect and defend as well as simply promote, and that we need to be thinking about both of them, but do that with confidence, and that we go into this meeting with that in mind. The three components that they've outlined for the summit are technology, digital space, challenges to the digital space, corruption, countering corruption, and human rights, which is sort of a general kind of all-encompassing framework. Technology, I think, is absolutely critical. And I agree that penetrating the firewall in China is important. I would say we have to go much beyond that. I think that is important, but I think around the world, because China is exporting this stuff, and folks are just inundated with all kinds of, including our own country, disinformation through various sources, illiberal sources from without and from within. I think the ability to work together to find ways to pierce firewalls everywhere, to try to undermine the notion of surveillance states as being the norm of the future, and working together in establishing those norms, absolutely essential. And as I said, Taiwan is a leader in terms of putting together civic tech communities and having creative young people who are really probably the leaders in figuring out how to reach these things, to get a network of folks to work on this. And that gets to where I think your first question of how Taiwan can play in all of these spaces. I think the people-to-people context, the government-to-government is fine. It's important. I don't dismiss Taiwan government from being engaged, but there'll be constraints among governments for political reasons where they can't anger China for this or that. But there's so much that Taiwan offers in practice. and behind closed doors or in open forums to share information, to share practice, to share ideas, to share expertise. And I think, linking up folks within Asia, linking up Asians with folks in Europe. Too much of the summit so far, to be frank, is transatlantic. It absolutely cannot be that. It has to be bringing in Asia and Africa and the rest. But so far, a lot of the discussion is with Europe. I think this network is going to be the strongest thing that can come out of a summit. Is first of all, the confidence comes out of it that we are all strongly affirming these values and we are going to promote them at home and abroad, in aid and investment in every possible way, the liberal norms of transparency, accountability, inclusion, and representation. And then we go out and we implement that through our people-to-people contact, our business-to-business contact, in every other possible way that Taiwan should and can be in that room. So I think there's a lot of potential here to give some momentum and push back about what, as Dave suggests, the momentum is now sort of illiberal. We're behind. We've got to push things the other direction and show that we're now in the lead and going on the offensive.
Matt, I think you had some comments that you'd like to share also as well.
Yeah, I'll jump in with two brief comments. First, on your question about the importance of Taiwan's democracy. President Biden has said we're at an inflection point and with this cleavage between democracy and autocracy, and I think that's right. And if you look at the countries that are on the front lines of this competition, in Europe, I think it's really the Baltic countries. I was in Lithuania last week. And in the Indo-Pacific, I think it's Taiwan. And so I think defending Taiwan and Taiwan's democracy is really critical to the outcome of this defining issue of our time. On the Summit for Democracy, I think my one recommendation would be that this isn't a one-off event, but this is something that we repeat often, maybe even moving to a more formalized alliance for democracy. If you look at some of our rivals like China, they love to divide and conquer, pick us off, take us on one by one. But we're facing many of the same challenges. We're stumbling toward many of the same solutions, but I think it would be much better to have a organizing body where we can develop shared threat assessments, coordinate on strategies among like-minded democracies to deal with challenges from authoritarians. Now, some critics would say, well, that's too ideological. Why work only with democracies? Shouldn't we work with like-minded non-democracies as well? And I think the answer is both and. And I think the United States has always had deeper cooperation with like-minded allies, even as it's engaged in pragmatic cooperation with non-democracies. And I think the same recipe can work in the 21st century.
Vincent?
I don't have much to add other than just to emphasize the point that Matthew made. Lithuania was a really interesting case because Lithuania showed that small countries are capable of standing up to China and they're capable of facing those repercussions. And obviously those repercussions will be much diminished if other countries did the same thing Lithuania did. And so that would be one thing I hope comes out the Summit of Democracies would be to really band democracies together, small and big, and be able to come up with a common front against Chinese pressure, regardless if it's directed against issues on Taiwan or free speech or issues where, the Dalai Lama. And, I think there's great intrinsic value in countries being able to come together and showing solidarity in the face of those challenges.
Excellent. And I want to pull this thread a bit because I think a lot of our geostrategic discussion about, grand strategy has focused on the geopolitical, right? The democracy, the shared values aspect of it. And I think we're missing a large component by not talking about the geoeconomic situation. And I think that's absolutely critical because that's where China perhaps has the biggest leverage, right? And that's really where they are capable of really pursuing its interests by utilizing its economic leverage, both for coercion as well as for incentives to to pull the threats away from the the seams of a greater cooperation among major economic powers. So, and I wonder, to what extent are we able to combine the geopolitical with the geoeconomic considerations into a better strategy for really dealing with China's growing clout in the international stage. And so, I mean, I guess maybe just more basically, just a broad question is, what are some geoeconomic considerations, and how do you sort of practically utilize that in a manner that would be more effective in dealing with China? I mean, there was a TPP, but the U.S. pulled out of it. But what now? I mean, yeah. So what's the step forward there in that? Do you have any sort of suggestions, recommendations? No, please. Mm-hmm.
And we can't isolate China like Soviet Union. It's impossible. It's still growing, and our companies are still there. But we have to be careful that, as the Russell said, they can coerce us using our interdependence. For China, trade was the grace given by the emperor to the other barbarians. And whenever the emperor is angry, they stop the trade. That's Chinese practice for 1,000 years. And they did that when we had some small accidents in the Senkaku Islands. One day, 2010, they stopped all the export of rare earths to Japan suddenly. And they do that. We have to remember that. So we have to be resilient in supply chain. This is one very important. And when they stop the say rare earth and tungsten, these things, they do that. So we have to be prepared for that. The supply chain stress, these things. We faced the Arab nations when oil shocks happened. We have IEA. We have to have some international coordination to face that Chinese coercion. And second, we have to be careful not to let China steal or get even legally our best technology to enhance their PLA's capabilities. We have to stop that. And that is very important. Semiconductor is the best one. TSMC is now in Arizona, right? And we have to coordinate somehow this. This is very important. US is now doing that, leading. Japan joined very quickly, and Australia. Europeans came one by one for 5G, these things, but we have to coordinate all the West. And finally, the cyberspace. And China can do anything in cyberspace. Without the good encryption of the protection, they can steal anything. From the companies operating in China, Huawei has no secrecy vis-a-vis the Communist Party. So through any communications data through Huawei can be taken by Chinese. So encryption is very important. Even in our home countries, we have to educate our companies. And so we do protect the most important infrastructure maybe, but Continental was attacked by Russians. And we have to give some standard to the business people. I have to say very frankly that our Japanese companies are not very strong in cybersecurity, but we have to make our companies resilient, enhancing the efforts in, for example, ISO standard. We have to educate private companies to protect themselves against China. Thanks.
Any other comments from the other panelists? Oh, Dave? Okay.
Yeah. Quickly, watching the International Parliamentary Alliance on China, I think is probably the only real practical solution. Trying to get Wall Street and American business and other businessmen to actually do things with national security in mind. Expecting Wall Street to shift investments out of China with national security interests is, I think, a fool's errand. Congressional legislation is going to take way too much time, so it's going to have to be something more grassroots. And everybody in this group here, I think, has good ideas on how to do that. But again, IPAC, remember the Australian wine embargo, and basically put out a banner said, everybody buy 2 bottles of Australian wine. Everybody buy Lithuanian amber. Do something, and whether or not you actually completely offset the damage, you tell China that this is the idea of an economic Article 5, where like-mindeds all come in and an attack on one's attack on everybody. These are things we can do in the short term, I think.
Quickly, one more. Yeah.
Yep.
Chinese thrive in corrupt environments, in closed societies. And this is the connection between democracy and great power competition in a way. The ability to attack that corruption at a government, at a national level, where you're empowering citizens to have oversight capacities, enable parliaments to understand how to read contracts, to expect their executives to tell them what deals they're making, for civil society to be able to oversee these these quiet deals that Chinese are making, corrupt deals in countries. even having regular credible elections, will have a geoeconomic impact as well as a geopolitical impact in countries around the world. We have people all around the world that want to protect their own sovereignty and their own economic interests. They just don't know how to do that and have the sovereign ability to do that within countries. So the ability to empower them to do that oversight is not anti-China. It's pro-sovereignty, it's pro-liberal in a way, but it affects China's ability to gain economic advantage globally, and that including competitive advantage over Western companies, because we can't operate in those corrupt ways the way Chinese can. And over the long term, we're seeing it in places, for instance, in Africa. Zambia just a couple of weeks ago had an election. People voted out the leader who was viewed as very pro-China and very corrupt. And now there could be a different opening for Western companies and for the West generally in Zambia. So the connection between China's ability to do these opaque deals in illiberal societies is important to try to pierce through some of these democratic means.
Oh, excellent. Matt, okay, go for it.
I'll jump in if I can. For a while, there's been this debate about decoupling, and you have some people saying, well, we've become too dependent on China, we need to decouple. On the other hand, you have many in the business community saying, no, there are economic opportunities here, that would be too costly. But I think there is an emerging consensus that really what we need is a selective decoupling, that there are certain areas where there really are sensitive national security concerns where we need a hard decoupling, 5G or other areas. And that needs to be really alliance wide. If it's just the United States imposing these restrictions, but China is able to install technology or acquire technology elsewhere, that doesn't really work. So I think hard decoupling in some areas. In other areas, I think the problem is just that China is cheating on the rules, with subsidies and other things, even though it doesn't really present a national security concern. And there, I think the free world should retaliate, offsetting measures with tariffs and things like that. Third, I think there is this category that Nobu mentioned of countries that are too dependent on China for certain critical supplies or in their economies overall. And there, I think the solution is diversifying supply chains and economic relationships. But then fourth and finally, I think there is a big category where economic exchange can continue basically unfettered. I mean, the United States continues to sell treasury bonds to China. I know the Finnish like selling dump trucks to China. Brazil sells soybeans to China. We import, cheap manufactured goods from China. I think there is still a lot of room where economic activity can take place, but we do need stricter measures in the sensitive areas and where China is cheating and making countries too dependent.
I want to turn to the audience questions, but I have one more that I have to get to because it's just so interesting because due to the we are talking about democracies and the importance of democracy. So we have to talk about public opinion. And I think there's a few interesting polling polls that came out recently, both in the United States and also from Japan, that I want to get our people who have been in policymaking positions take on, because I want to understand, how you process this information. So first, the Chicago Council on Global Affairs recently released a poll in August on American public opinion on Taiwan policy. And 52% of the American people indicated that would favor using military force to defend Taiwan. This is versus 18 back in 1982. 69% favor US recognition of Taiwan as an independent country. 53% support the United States signing a formal alliance with Taiwan. And a plurality of 46% favor explicitly committing to defend Taiwan if China invades. So, as policymakers who've actually been in position to actually formulate and implement policy, how do you process information like this? What is your reaction to these results, and what policy implications could they have? And Nobu, this is for you. This is in a poll back in April, 70 from Nikkei. 74% of the respondents indicated that they supported Japan's engagement towards stability in the Taiwan Strait, while 13% were opposed. This, of course, was following the landmark US-Japan joint statement that included, quote, peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. So same question to you. How do you process this information? What is your reaction to these results? You know, as someone who is serving in very senior position in the Japanese government, how does that impact your sort of policy considerations? So open it up for this panel to react to that. Any reactions? No,
Shall I start?
Go first? Okay, go ahead.
After the Pacific War, Japanese army who had 10 million soldiers imploded. Now we have 250,000 soldiers in Japan, and the Japan-US alliance system it's not only Japan's defense, it's the stability and peace and stability of the region. That means Japan, the US will and should protect the surrounding areas of Japan using Japanese bases, US bases in Japan, and that is Korea, Taiwan, and the Philippines. That's the ex-Imperial Japan and the ex-US colony. And that is the structure of Japan-US alliance. It's not only for Japan, it's for the region. And Taiwan's there. And it doesn't change at all. Of course, we have affinity with the Taiwanese people, but it's not only that. This is our regional security system. We are always there. And Japan was increasing its role in this framework. We had the Korean Peninsula in mind, but in 1990s, Prime Minister Obuchi said, so we have to help Americans in non-combat operations outside Japan. Abe, the last government, Abe decided to use forces outside Japan to help American forces to defend Japan, of course. This is collective self-defense. So Japan is expanding its role, and Japan is committing to this regional security system. And this is one. And I have to say that the ambiguity policy is important not to provoke China, but whether we provoke them or not, they are building up the military forces enormously. And finally, in the end, if China is a responsible superpower, they want to be like that, right? They have to go to US to talk about nuclear arms control. And they have to build at least some transparency and some confidence between the two superpowers like Soviet did. And in that case, we have to make it clear that the nuclear umbrella withdrawn from Taiwan must be given to them. And that is very important. And this is not something that we don't discuss openly. But the Korea-Japan abandoned nuclear ambition at all. We had zero, but Koreans had it until 1990s. They abandoned it. Taiwan abandoned Chiang Kai-shek simply because Americans said, we will not protect you with American nuclear umbrella. It's withdrawn from Taiwan. And if the China-US establish the mutual assured destruction and arms control system with China, and this issue must come up, then we have to make it clear that whether we have to go to defend Taiwan or not.
Derek or Dave about the Chicago Council on Global Affairs poll? Derek? Okay.
Well, I guess my first question, I'm leery of polls for various reasons. It depends I don't know who they asked. Was it elites or average citizens? They can go up and down. When it was 18%, I'm not sure I thought that was accurate either. Because in my view on Taiwan, like many other issues, public opinion is going to be one way until something happens. I always believe if China did something towards Taiwan, you get a lot of people in the United States immediately saying, we must do something, regardless of whether, a poll says it during peacetime or during normal times. And the way I interpret that is twofold. One is there's enormous anti-China sentiment nowadays that's growing in the United States. People are leery of China to a degree that we haven't seen since the Cold War, at least. And a corollary of that is that more and more people are noticing Taiwan and talking about Taiwan more than I have seen, certainly in recent years. I don't know the last time I've heard so much discussion and debate on Taiwan on editorial pages and discussions of general ways. So I think it just reflects more attention to Taiwan, more concern about China. And you may have noticed the New York Times columnist on Sunday talked about how he and his friends, nobody thinks we should go to the defense of Taiwan. They don't understand why we defend Taiwan. Again, I don't believe that either. I mean, so I think as a policymaker, you just think, what is in the national interest? You watch these things and find it interesting as a blip, but we just continue on current policy of recognizing the reason why we have to defend Taiwan and prepare for a potential aggression by China for our national interest.
Matt, I know you wanted to weigh in on this.
Yeah, well, you asked the question from a policymaker perspective, but I'll answer from a political science perspective, if I may. I'm a trained political scientist and political science professor at Georgetown. And a lot of the research on opinion polling on foreign policy suggests that really the public is reacting to the elite conversation, often on foreign policy, that they don't have a really informed view on what's happening in Taiwan. And so when elites are divided, the public tends to be divided. When elites are unified, the public tends to be unified. And so to me, what this polling suggests is that there is a growing consensus at elite levels that China is a major challenge, working with allies and partners like Taiwan, defending them against this challenge is an important priority. So that's my reading of the polls, that the public is reacting and learning from this elite consensus.
And my apologies to the audience for sucking up so much of the Q&A time here, but I'm going to group up some of the questions that we received here and present them to our panelists, and hopefully we'll get through some of them at least. The first question from Tina Chung is a question on the case of Lithuania, where we're seeing China's clout making things hard for countries that want to have closer ties with Taiwan. For countries that do want to engage more with Taiwan, leadership from the US and EU is important. What realistic steps can these major powers take to show that a better connectivity or relations with Taiwan does not have to be an either-or situation for China? That's the first question. Her second question is, in light of the Chinese state media's warning of retaliation if the Biden administration approves the names change for TECRO, which is the Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office, which is Taiwan's mission in the US, should the US allow TECRO to be renamed the, quote, Taiwan Representative Office? What are the pros and cons for such change? All right, open up for the panelists to respond. Okay, great. Vincent, why don't you go first, and then I'll turn it over to Dave. Mm-hmm.
I'll quickly tackle the first question. I think actually I tend to look at it almost in an opposite situation. I think this whole exercise over Lithuania has actually encouraged more countries to come out and say something, because I mean, Lithuania, obviously we've seen the enormous economic and political pressure that Chinese has brought against Lithuania, but I think at the same time we also saw the enormous outpouring of international support, especially from the EU, from Lithuania's neighbors, from the United States, and I think that by itself will give a lot of countries more confidence in engaging in these sort of measures with Taiwan. So the point is, I guess, that Lithuania kind of went first, and all the pressure was directed against it, but at the same time, there's a lot of support as well. And I think countries will heed that lesson, and I think Lithuania actually makes it easier for the second and third country to do what Lithuania did. So in a sense, I think the people of Taiwan are actually quite grateful for Lithuania.
Dave?
As far as the TECRO name, and Vincent's exactly right, strength in numbers. By one-on-one, Beijing can overwhelm just about anybody, but in numbers, that's the worst possible outcome for them. Because as was first said in autocracies, it's not a popular process at all. But on the TECRO name, you can quote back, 不干涉内政, don't interfere in the internal affairs of others. We can call Taiwan what we want. We've just been brushed back from the plate so many times in the past. First thing. And second thing is, if you're going to issue threats, you better be prepared for them to be called and your credibility to suffer. So, I would advise Beijing to issue a lot less threats, because that way we'll know what you're really serious about and what you're not. This one's not the hill they want to die on, by the way.
Excellent there. Oh, Nobu? Yeah, please go ahead.
Very briefly, we tend to talk to the big powers in Europe, the British and French and Germans, but we should not underestimate the anti-dictatorship emotions of the small Eastern European nations, Czechs and Lithuania. And they are very close to Habsburgs and the Germans. They were under Soviet brutal rule for half a century. And they have a strong feeling here. And that's part of our efforts to defend democracy on earth. And Europeans' attention is 19% against Putin, not against Xi Jinping. So we have to educate Europeans one by one. And for that purpose, this anti-dictatorship emotions of Lithuanian Czechs is very important. We have to appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll just
I'm gonna get to. Go ahead, Matt.
Go. Well, I was in Lithuania last week, and I think from their perspective, this has been successful. They've stood up for their values, and China's tried to retaliate, but they've recalled their ambassador. But there hasn't really been that meaningful or costly of a retaliation from China. The U.S.-Lithuania relationship, I think, is strengthened as a result. So I think this is an example of a success story of a small country standing up to China, at least to this point.
Okay. With my panelist's permission, I want to ask one set of more questions here. This is directed on Japan. So Nobu, if you can address this, and if anyone of the other panelists would like to tackle this as well. This one from a reporter, and the other one from someone from the Taiwan's government speaking on his own capacity, personal capacity. The questions relate to the LDP's leadership, the chairman election, and to what extent will Taiwan's defense and Taiwan relations as issues will be considered within this broader political transition? What do you expect from Japan's leaders in terms of Taiwan relations as a result of this LDP chairman election? And also the other question relates to the debate in Japan among politicians, scholars, and retired generals are beginning to emphasize the likelihood of a Taiwan contingency. Many of them also assert that it means or equals to a Japan contingency. Is this a widely held belief in Japan, and how do you feel about this assertion?
Very much. Very briefly, this is the change of leadership inside the LDP. This is not Democrats are coming back. And the LDP is locked in the strong, the robust alliance management. So whosoever would be the prime minister of Japan next, this basic stance will not change at all. And facing China is the biggest challenge for us in this century. And Japan is united for that. The leadership change in LDP does not change anything. This is one. And second is North Korea is between North Korea and Japan. It's a big South Korea. So we're concentrating our efforts for the missile defense, because defense is the only threat to us. Taiwan is so close to us. Yonaguni Islands is only 100 kilometers from Taiwan Islands. Yonaguni can see Taiwan Islands physically. And if anything happens over Taiwan, and the amphibious attack is not easy against the Taiwan Island, they come through the north or south, and they have to attack the other side of Taiwan Islands. They have to go there. That means Japan can be very well be involved in the conflicts. This is very different from North Korean contingency. Taiwan contingency would involve directly Japan. So this is the reason why Japanese are very much on the right.
Well, thank you so much, Nobu, and thank you to all our panelists. There's so many questions that I had, and I apologize again to our audience for some of the questions that we weren't able to get to. We really could have gone on all morning on this topic, but this will have to do for now. So thank you to all our panelists, and for our live audience members, please don't disconnect. We'll be transitioning over to the next panel on economics, trade, and development, which will be moderated by my colleague, Riley Walters. Thank you.
Hi, gang.
Good morning.
Riley, it's like you're trapped in a corner there.
Good morning. Can you hear me? It's Christy.
Riley, you're muted.
Wow. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. Hey, once again, thanks to the speakers and our first panelists, and good evening to our friends around the world. My name is Rose. I'm Deputy Director of the Japan Chair at Hudson Institute. I'm also a here at Taiwan Institute. And I'll also be the moderator today for our second panel, which is a favorite of mine. It's Economics, Trade, and Development. And we've got a great panel of speakers today. And I'm going to quickly introduce them, a few minutes, and then we'll go into questions and answers. So first is Bonnie Glue, at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, and formerly served as the Administrator of the U.S. Agency for International Development. Prior to her appointment, they served as Senior Vice President for Meridian's Global Connect Division, 12 years at IBM, and served for 12 years as a U.S. diplomat in the Department of State. She went to Washington to serve on the Secretary of State's Operations Center staff, 2 years as a senior officer in the White House Situation Room, and then in the State Department's Bureau of Eastern Hemisphere Affairs. Up next, we have Frances Ruzicka, who is the Director for Trade and Commercial Programs at the American Institute in Taiwan office. In that capacity, he was responsible in coordinating with the Office for the development, negotiation, and implementation of AIT's trade and commercial policy programs with agreements with Taiwan on behalf of the U.S. Prior to that, Ruzicka was the Deputy Assistant U.S. Trade Representative for Asia. He worked at USTR for 17 years, developing trade policy and negotiating agreements. He was instrumental in the negotiation of Taiwan's accession to the GATT, later the WTO, as well as the US-Taiwan Trade and Investment Framework Agreement. Up next, Wong, a senior associate at the Center for Strategic and International Studies and an professor at the Georgetown University for Service. Wong was a career Foreign Service official, Department of State from 1984 to 2016. He also served as the senior U.S. for APEC from 2013 to 2015. Before that, Wong was the deputy chief of the U.S. Embassy in Beijing, and before that was the deputy director of in Taiwan. Up next is Christy Xu, who is the director of the ASEAN Studies Center at the Tsinghua Institute for Economic Research in Taiwan. She serves as an advisor for the Taiwanese government's Asia policy, including its New South policy, as well as other trade-related policy areas. Additionally, she leads the ability study of free trade agreements with a number of other Asian countries. As an adjunct research fellow at the Taiwan Asia Economic Foundation, senior advisor to the Taiwan Chamber of Commerce in Vietnam, and to a number of other trade and industry organizations. Finally, we have Eric Sayers, who is a non-resident fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, serves as vice president at Beacon Global Strategies. Previously, he served as senior fellow at the Center for a New American Security. Prior to joining Beacon, Sayers was a consultant at the Commander's Action Group at U.S. Pacific Command, where he served as special assistant to the commander. He was previously a professional staff member, majority Senate Armed Services Committee, where he managed the Asia Pacific and Pacific portfolio, and advised Chairman John McCain on regional security issues. Eric is a term member of the Council on Foreign Relations. And well, with that, we've got about, what is it, an hour, 20 minutes. I think we're going to have a diverse and I think thorough conversation on economics, trade, and development. And so up first, if I can ask Mrs. Glick, you're up first.
Friends, thank you so much for having me here today. And Riley, thank you for moderating this great panel. And warm thanks to the Global Taiwan Institute for inviting me to be part of this important annual symposium. I would like to argue that development is at the heart of a 21st century agenda for US-Taiwan cooperation. And it really does go to the essence of what development is designed for. In the minds of democratic countries like the United States and Taiwan, at the heart of development is an effort to help countries that are less fortunate along their journeys to self-reliance. The end game of any development project should be diminishing the need for further assistance in the future. Ultimately, if development professionals are successful, they'll work themselves out of jobs, and people in the countries where they've been successful will be better off than they were before. They'll be self-reliant. Development assistance is one of the ways that we can demonstrate the generosity of our citizens, because, of course, every dollar that we provide in assistance is a dollar that came from taxpayers. The U.S. historically developed U.S. is low, but the on the United States to train workers and only all see to the ravaged COVID ties with the United States efforts to free and specifically focus in the market on private growth. It's rule-based. A resilient network of security partners addressing shared threats. What is the one country that you don't think of as a participant? Well, if you're like me, you don't think of the People's Republic of China. The PRC has a different approach to what we refer to as development, and it is one that I take issue with. It's an approach that's designed to leave developing countries perpetually dependent on the PRC, to leave them worse off than they were before. Whereas the US and Taiwan and other donors focus on journeys to self-reliance, the PRC instead focuses on ways to force developing countries' fealty to Beijing. Let's look at just a couple of examples. Many of you have heard the case of the Hambantota port in Sri Lanka. And of course, it's a mind-boggling example, in retrospect, of the PRC's ability to manipulate its One Belt, One Road initiative entirely to its benefit. I'm seeing that it's hard to hear me. I may just go off camera and speak that way. Or not. Maybe I'm okay now. Thanks. To make a long story short, the PRC convinced a corruptible Sri Lankan government to assume billions of dollars of debt in order to build a flagship port in Sri Lanka. Promises were made that this massive new port would lead to tens of thousands of port calls at Hambantota, and enormous revenues would accrue to Sri Lanka's coffers in the form of taxes, port fees, and the like. All the president of Sri Lanka had to do was sign on China's dotted line and agree to the PRC's building and financing requirements. Fast forward, the port was built, the port visits did not happen. Indeed, in its first year of operations, there weren't tens of thousands of port calls. Rather, it is reported a total of 34. Not tens of thousands, 34. As you can imagine, Sri Lanka defaulted on its loan. The PRC, after refinancing on much more usurious terms for Sri Lanka, took control of the port and its operations for a lease that will last 99 years. Sri Lanka abdicated its control over a crown jewel of an island country. It is suspected further that the PRC will exert pressure on Sri Lanka, perhaps through more debt refinancing, to allow it to use the port not only for commercial activities, but for strategic and military exercises, leaving the PRC with important strategic territory relative to India and the rest of the Indo-Pacific. We've seen similar so-called development activities of the PRC across Asia and Africa. In several African countries, China has denuded landscapes of trees and has stripped mines of precious rare earth elements while leaving African landscapes severely degraded environmentally, leaving those developing countries overall worse off and shouldering large debts owed to Beijing. This is often referred to as debt trap diplomacy, but this moniker diminishes the critical threat it poses to the sovereignty of nations. So in conclusion, when you think of America's or Taiwan's approach to development, you think of free markets and free societies promoting a values-based order. When you think of the PRC, you think of state capitalism, closed societies, and the morally vacuous code of a global authoritarian state. This is why I would argue that the US-Taiwan collaboration and development is one of the most important drivers of our bilateral relations into the 21st century. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was wonderful. I'm going to hold off with questions, I think, until the end. That way we can kind of get some other ideas and get some ideas flowing and so on. So up next, Rick, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning. Can everyone hear me? All right, great. Riley, thank you for chairing this effort, and also to Russell and to GTI for this opportunity to talk about US-Taiwan trade relations. And I'm looking forward to the conversation. In my presentation today, I focus on the outcomes of the 2016 and 2021 council meetings of the American Institute in Taiwan, or AIT, and Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office, or TECRO, Trade and Investment Framework Agreement, or TIF. I apologize for all the acronyms, and there'll be more to follow, but it's kind of the nature, I guess, of trade jargon. The United States and Taiwan, so I'm focusing on the council meetings in order to better understand where there are opportunities and where there are pitfalls in the future. The United States and Taiwan have had for decades a solid organic trade relationship that has led to important trade and economic ties. These ties are extensive, as Taiwan has grown to be the United States' 9th largest trading partner, with two-way trade totaling US dollars 90.9 billion in 2020. Goods and services trade between the United States and Taiwan totaled 106 billion in 2020. Taiwan is also an important investor in the United States. The stock of bilateral foreign direct investment between the United States and Taiwan exceeds 21 billion US dollars. In addition, Taiwan is an important importer of US services and a top purchaser of US agricultural products and intellectual property. Evidence of this positive state of the trade and economic relationship can be found in many areas. It can be found in Taiwan's participation in the Select USA conference with one of the largest foreign delegations of all partners again this year, the ongoing work streams of the Economic Prosperity Partnership Dialogue, supply chain security and resiliency work between our two authorities, TSMC's investment in Arizona, and the successful June meeting of the Trade and Investment Framework Council, Agreement Council, or TIFA Council, between USTR and MOEA. AIT and TECRO, through their designated representatives, USTR and MOEA, facilitate work to address trade issues in the TIFA Council meetings. One way for Taiwan to maintain progress in the trade relationship with the United States would be to pursue, through the TIFA mechanism, the trade liberalization to which it is already committed. If the TIFA Council can be deployed to resolve trade irritants and launch new initiatives between our two economies, the US-Taiwan trade relationship could progress to the next level. The US-Taiwan trade relationship could also benefit from progress in such areas as the protection of intellectual property rights, pharmaceuticals, medical devices, investment, and technical barriers to trade. It is clear the United States appreciates Taiwan's continued efforts and progress on these issues, and both sides should continue to examine how to move forward towards mutual goals in the future. The work undertaken in the above-mentioned TIFA Council, established by the AIT-TECRO Agreement in 1994, is a good indicator of the progress of the US-Taiwan trade relationship. The talks were not held often during the 1994 to 2001 period, as the bulk of the trade negotiations were ongoing in the WTO accession working parties, building on the meaningful work achieved during the GATT accession negotiations just prior to the WTO. After Taiwan's successful WTO accession involving significant concessions by the Taiwan side, the TIFA meetings were suspended twice due to disagreement over agricultural market access issues. The first time was in 2002 due to implementation issues with Taiwan's WTO rice tariff rate quota, or TRQ. When these were resolved, the TIFA Council reconvened in 2004. The talks were suspended again for 5 years in 2009 after Taiwan abrogated the beef protocol it signed with the United States and withdrew a proposed tolerance for ractopamine in the face of domestic pressure. Talks resumed in 2013 after Taiwan set up a tolerance for beef, ractopamine in beef, but Taiwan has yet to set a mutually acceptable tolerance level for ractopamine in pork or fully implement the 2009 beef protocol. The last TIFA Council meeting held prior to the most recent one was in Washington, D.C. in October 2016. This meeting was followed by an interagency implementation review delegation visiting Taipei in July 2017 at the Assistant USTR level. Between the 2017 meeting and the 2021 TIFA meeting, activity continued on work streams related to IPR and investment, but most other areas were dormant. Topics from the 2016 TIFA Council serve as a good reference point for a status of discussions at that time. While progress has been slow until recently, the TIFA process in 2016 did result in a major accomplishment of patent linkage legislation at the end of 2017. The 2016 TIFA outcomes are many, and I will briefly review some of these topics to provide an area of the baseline in 2016. And I just caution you that this gets somewhat technical, so please bear with me. In the area of agriculture, a top concern, as has been for a while, was the pork, ractopamine, and beef market access issues. Another market access issue involved rice, where the U.S. had concerns over the transparency and predictability of Taiwan's TRQ administration. Today, these rice issues are largely quiescent. In the area of biotechnology, concerns arose over transparency and prior consultation when Taiwan considered new or implemented existing measures concerning biotechnology, particularly with respect to labeling on products. This matter was later resolved. Concerning trade in organic products, both sides had concerns regarding the treatment of each other's organic exports. After several years of discussions, AIT and TECRO, on behalf of USDA, USTR, and the Council of Agriculture, signed in 2020 an organic equivalence agreement that successfully addressed these issues. Taiwan's longstanding request for guava market access was on the 2016 agenda, and in 2020, the U.S. Department of Agriculture announced market access for these Taiwan products. And Taiwan's market access request for heat-treated processed meat products is an area where the U.S. and Taiwan continue to work. Turning now to intellectual property rights protection, an AIT-TECRO IPR Enforcement Cooperation MOU commenced negotiations in 2016 aimed at enhancing enforcement of IPR and trade fraud laws, and there was a discussion of copyright matters as MOEA proposed amendments to Taiwan's copyright law, as well as another set of amendments involving a comprehensive review of Taiwan's Copyright Act. Concerning piracy occurring on university campuses, the Ministry of Education acted to include interested party right holders on campus inspection tours and to work together to combat online infringement of textbooks. Also discussed was a priority document exchange where Taiwan and the US agreed to exchange technical information on PDX implementation, priority document exchange, and an examination exchange program organized by the Patent and Trademark Office for the second time. Regarding biological material deposits, both sides agreed at that time to negotiate an MOU on mutual recognition of deposits of biological materials that would allow streamlining the deposit procedures, avoid instability of biological materials deposited across territories, and reduce applicant costs for repeated deposits. This MOU is under active consideration at this moment. In the area of biopharmaceuticals, there was discussion of patent linkage as the Executive Yuan approved the proposal to amend the Pharmaceutical Affairs Act by setting up an effective patent linkage system, which was later approved by the Legislative Yuan. Also considered was a regulatory data protection procedure in the form of an amendment to the Pharmaceuticals Affairs Act, which gives new indication drugs 3 years of data protection. In the area of medical devices, timely access to innovative medical devices was considered as Taiwan committed to improving time to market and to ensure timely patient access to innovative medical devices in Taiwan. Taiwan also committed to improve transparency, predictability, fairness, and to appropriately reward innovation in Taiwan's pricing and reimbursement system. Also reviewed was the streamlining of medical device review and manufacturer inspection procedures, where Taiwan proposed a mutual observation of US FDA and Taiwan FDA respective inspections and a mutual understanding of review experiences. Turning then to investment and technical barriers to trade, Taiwan reiterates its call in 2016 for a bilateral investment agreement, but the US was not in a position to commit to this at that time. And concerning chemical substance registration and regulatory framework, the US encouraged Taiwan to streamline existing chemical registration by eliminating duplicative or overly burdensome requirements and procedures. In the area of cosmetics regulation, there was discussion of a draft amendment for the statute for control of cosmetic hygiene that was approved by the Executive Yuan, taking into consideration a US request by removing the labeling requirements of manufacturing factory information. Transparency and procedural fairness was discussed by the two sides, and a dialogue was agreed to be held during the first half of 2017. The topics included transparency in administrative rulemaking, procedural fairness in competition law enforcement, and procedural due process in Taiwan's Administrative Procedure Act. And that concludes my review of what must be somewhat boring topics for the non-specialist. But trade negotiators get very excited about these things. So in terms of assessment, this quick review of topics considered in the 2016 TIFA Council gives an idea of the broad scope and detailed nature of the trade issues under consideration. While progress was slow following the conclusion of the 2016 TIFA Council meeting, the TIFA process did result in the major accomplishment of patent linkage legislation in 2017, which the US and US industry welcomed. Now let's turn to the results of the 2021 TIFA, which was held in June. The 11th TIFA Council meeting was reconvened virtually in June with successful results. Comparing the outcomes of these two TIFA Council meetings, it can be seen that progress has been made in some areas. At the Council meeting, US officials emphasized the importance of US-Taiwan trade and investment relationship and expressed the desire for stronger and more consistent engagement going forward. The U.S. discussed the Biden-Harris administration's worker-centered trade policy, where workers have a seat at the table, strong labor standards are enforced, and prosperity is broadly shared. In addition, U.S. and Taiwan officials discussed opportunities for the U.S. and Taiwan to work together on key trade and environmental issues, such as combating wildlife trafficking and exploring trade tools to tackle the climate crisis. Both sides welcomed the resumption of high-level trade engagement and expressed a desire to work closely together, not only on ways to deepen the US-Taiwan trade and investment relationship, but also as democratic partners in support of a worker-centered trade policy and in seeking to combat forced labor in global supply chains. For that purpose, the two sides agreed to the formation of a new labor working group under the TIFA. The two sides also highlighted cooperation between the United States and Taiwan in international fora such as APEC and the WTO, and discussed the importance of secure and resilient supply chains. Both sides also emphasized Taiwan's role as a partner with the United States in reforming the multilateral trading system and expressed support for joint work to enhance critical supply chain security and resilience. During the TIFA Council meeting, the U.S. and Taiwan authorities recognized that progress had been made in several areas, such as Taiwan's enforcement of trade secret protections and upcoming changes to Taiwan's medical device approval process. When comparing the list of issues from the 2016 and 2021 TIFA Council meetings, it can indeed be seen that a number of other issues have been addressed successfully. The signing of an AIT-TECRO organic equivalence MOU in 2020, the U.S. granting of market access for Taiwan guava in the same year, and the negotiation of an AIT-TECRO IPR enforcement cooperation about the same time. It is worth noting that many AIT-TECRO instruments dealing with the multitude of trade and economic topics are routinely negotiated or renewed, permitting the daily work between our two authorities to be smoothly carried out. Finally, the U.S. and Taiwan authorities committed to intensify engagement aimed at addressing outstanding trade concerns, including market access barriers facing U.S. beef and pork producers, and concerns raised by the United States in such areas as copyright legislation, digital privacy, financial services, investment, and regulatory transparency. In support of their commitment to intensify engagement, the two sides agreed to convene meetings of the several TIFA working groups. And in terms of future challenges, in my opinion, the primary challenge in the bilateral trade relationship is resolving the agreed market access for beef and pork. The areas for future negotiations are, as proposed by Taiwan last year, a digital trade agreement, a double taxation agreement, and a bilateral trade agreement. And I'm sure I'm way over time right now. My apologies. Thank you for listening.
No, that was great. I think if anything, it goes to show, the need and sort of the welcome of the most recent TIFA because of basically all these issues that we need to really talk about. Up next, we're going to go to Bob. The stage is yours.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. Well, first of all, I'm happy to be part of this GTI annual symposium, and want to say also that I really enjoyed the previous panel on the grand strategy and to see a lot of the friends there, and hope we do as well here. I'm going to also finally donate a little bit of my time to Rick, who took it up anyway, but so I'll make mine a little bit shorter than I perhaps should. The first point I want to make, I guess, in regards to Taiwan and its inclusion in regional trade initiatives and so on, is that it's very important, and not only for Taiwan, but also really for any regional grouping that would include Taiwan as a member. Because data-wise, as all of you know, I think, Taiwan is a very major economy with its 24 million people. It's ranked 7th in Asia. It's ranked 20th around the world. GDP in purchasing power parity terms, over $1 trillion. I think 1.4 trillion in PPP terms. And a very developed economy with GDP per capita of almost $60,000, which is, I think, again, a very advanced economy. So from that point of view, I think any economic grouping in the region or in the world that has Taiwan as a member would really benefit from it to begin with. And beyond that, beyond the statistics in terms of its economic strength, despite a lot of the problems that Rick mentioned in terms of US-Taiwan trade relations, Taiwan is considered to be, for example, by the World Economic Forum, I think the 12th most competitive economy in the world, by the Heritage Foundation in terms of economic freedoms, it ranks number 6 in the world. And so in many areas, I think it really does present a model economy that I think would benefit any economic grouping that it belongs to. And I think as members in the previous panel and this panel, in some ways mentioned, is that Taiwan is a critical player in the global supply chain, especially in technology sectors, semiconductors. And so again, it's really, I think, crucial that Taiwan be included to make any other sort of regional economy grouping stronger in terms of its effectiveness and performance. And for Taiwan, it's also important, obviously. From the economic perspective, it's probably going to boost Taiwan's economic growth. It's doing fairly well now, but I think it should continue to boost it. But more important than that, in some ways, it will diversify. It will allow Taiwan to diversify its trade relationship, because it's now obviously quite dependent on China in terms of trade, with 30% going to China and Hong Kong export-wise. And so this will allow, I think, Taiwan to diversify economically. And but from the political perspective, I think this would obviously reduce the leverage that China would have on Taiwan using economics. I think someone mentioned, I forget now, maybe the other panel as well, about how China does use leverage, economic leverage, to achieve its political goals. So from that point of view, I think Taiwan would benefit politically. And of course, finally, I think Taiwan would benefit from diversifying and increasing its or deepening its integration with other economies in the region. And so that's part of an international space political consideration that Taiwan would, I think, benefit from. So important for both sides, for the economic groupings as well as for Taiwan itself. In terms of prospects, that's a little bit more iffy, but in terms of prospects for its inclusion, right now there are 2 regional groupings, economic groupings in Asia that would be under consideration. One would be RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, and the other one would be, of course, be CPTPP. Okay. And I think to begin with, I would simply say something that's quite obvious, and that it doesn't make any sense for Taiwan to even seek to join RCEP. I mean, RCEP is dominated by China, and if there's any possibility of Taiwan joining RCEP, of course, China would impose really strong political conditions for Taiwan to join, as they did, for example, with the BRI. So at least some participation of companies, Taiwan companies in BRI and so on. So it doesn't make sense for it to do that. And secondly, of course, if one of the major goals of Taiwan is to diversify, then joining RCEP doesn't really do much of that in terms of diversifying from China or beyond China. And it already has a lot of investments in trade with Southeast Asia. It has agreements with Singapore and New Zealand. So it's not really something that is, I think, a strong additional push to Taiwan seeking a membership in RCEP. So the conclusion is, of course, that it should focus on CPTPP. And I think, from my perspective, I think the prospects are actually not bad. I think they're actually quite good from my perspective. Although right now there are problems in terms of the U.S. Decision, perhaps to withdraw from TPP, etc. But I think the perspectives are prospects are not too bad, because for several reasons. One, CPTPP is clearly looking for new members. It's expressed an interest in accepting new members. The UK has already actually submitted, I think, an application to join the CPTPP. A number of other countries, Korea, others have expressed interest, including, in this case, Taiwan. And I think the CPTPP is looking to expand beyond its current 11 members. So I think that's good. Second point, I think, is that more recently, as we know, and it was observed again in the previous panel and so on, is that Taiwan-Japan relations are improving and is strengthening more as Japan begins to realize what Taiwan means to Japan, not just in terms of security, but also economy, semiconductors, etc. So Japan, which is a leading economy in RCEP, I'm sorry, in CPTPP, clearly is interested in working with Taiwan, and Taiwan has already begun, and I think they've already begun working together. For example, in the I think in the parliamentary meeting they had in August, this was brought up by Taiwan and by Japan as well. So I think there's going to be progress in that area because of Japan's, I think, increasing recognition of Taiwan's importance, and both politically and economically. And I think the other members of CPTPP are likely to be more supportive. Of course, Australia, New Zealand, etc., Singapore, Vietnam, I think, because Taiwan has a lot of investment now in Vietnam and has a lot of trade with Vietnam. Malaysia, I'm not entirely sure about, but that could be an iffy thing. But certainly Canada, others, Mexico, Peru, I think they will get support if there is a real push for Taiwan membership in CPTPP. So I think the prospects aren't bad. And finally, U.S. Of course, this is the topic of our discussion here, of our panel. If and when the U.S. decides to return to CPTPP, I think it will, in many ways, be extremely useful for the United States to include Taiwan in this joint, and maybe in a joint sort of access or entry into CPTPP, because Taiwan and the U.S. can work together to promote stronger standards, whether it's, as was mentioned earlier, in labor, environment, whatever else. And Taiwan would be a very strong partner for the United States to together join this regional grouping. And I think with the resumption of the TIFA talks that Rick talked about, I think that one of the topics here, among the many that Rick listed, one of them will be essentially looking at preparing the conditions, meeting the standards, etc., resolving the issues for joining CPTPP. So I think from that perspective, I do expect that, if you look at Biden's administration's overall foreign policy goals, strategy regarding China, Asia, it doesn't make any sense for the United States to stay out of CPTPP. It's got to return. If you look at the overall objective and strategy, this doesn't make any sense for it to stay out. So I'm waiting for, maybe in the next couple of years, a couple of years for the U.S. to make that decision. And when it does, I think Taiwan and the United States can work together to return. Okay, thank you, Walter.
Thank you. Yeah, that's, it's real interesting, kind of this foot race between who's going to join CPTPP first, right? I'm gonna bring up some more questions about CPTPP later in the Q&A. But next we have Christy Xu. Christy, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much, Robert, for that very encouraging remarks on Taiwan should be included in economic groupings, and thank Rick for giving a comprehensive explanation of Taiwan-U.S. economic relations. My job here is to look at U.S.-Taiwan economic relations in a broader sense. In a broader context. I prepare a PPT to share with you some data. So Marshall, can you share the slides to the audience? Thank you very much. Okay, so next page. Yes, today is the second week of September 2021, and we are moving into the 21st month since coronavirus outbreaks from China to the rest of the world, and which have changed the whole world and human history. And we are also moving into the fourth year since Trump administration first imposed 301 tariffs on imports of Chinese goods, which have led to US-China trade wars, technology competition, and global movements to reconfigure or reconstruct global value chains. So under these huge events and huge changes, Taiwan has been very fortunate. We have controlled the pandemic well so far, And last year, we have managed to sustain a 3% economic growth rate and expect a 5% economic growth rate this year. And the US-China trade conflicts together with the pandemic have changed Taiwan's trade structure and investment and our investment activities. And one of the most important outcomes or benefit is it has created stronger ties between the US and Taiwan, if not the strongest. Just to give you some example, as already explained by Rick, as a result of shift of supply chains back to Taiwan from China, Taiwan's trade with US is now accounting for 1/7 of Taiwan's total trade, reaching the highest level for around 2 decades. And also Taiwanese companies, large or small, are becoming more globalized. They are not only look more at US market, but they are also having a lot more collaborations with their business partners in Southeast Asia, South Asia, Europe, Latin America, even far away in Africa. So with all these changes, currently Taiwan's business are adopting 2 priority strategies post-pandemic. The first is they are working very hard to maintain their business leading role in global supply chain. They are doing or developing 2 tracks of supply chain. One is China-centered supply chain, which already existed in China. The other one is the US-centered supply chain, and now is emerging in a lot of countries outside China. And Taiwan has been a very important player for this emerging US-centered supply chain. And a second priority is all companies in Taiwan are working very hard to accelerate double transformation, meaning green transformation as well as digital transformation. Marshall, next page, please. So I want to share with you this very interesting chart because this reflects the changing dynamics of Taiwan's outward FDI, our investment in the past 20 years. As you can see from the chart, this is the chart of share of investment destination by Taiwan in the past 20 years. So the red bar indicates Taiwan's the share of Taiwan's investment into China in Taiwan's total share that year. So for many years, China has attracted more than 60% of Taiwan's total outward investment. And in year 2010, the share goes as high as 85%, meaning $85 in every $100 actually going to China, with only $50 to the rest of the world. However, in the last few years, we see the share decrease. So starting in 2016, the share went down to 50%, and then down to 40% from 2018 to 2020. And this year, the first 6 months of this year, Southeast Asia replaced China as the largest FDI destination. This is something never happened before. So this year, we see our investment going to Southeast Asia accounts for around 35% of our total our investment, while investment to China accounts for about 25%. So this means to make it short, this means the relocation of Taiwan investment from China to other parts of the world. They are either some of them coming back home to Taiwan, or they are going south to Vietnam, to India, to Cambodia, etc. Or they are going east, directly going to the US or going to Mexico surrounding US. So this is a process of decentralization from China, getting more diverse into different continents, different countries, and more nearshoring. So I want to share with you, I'm very happy to share with you that, as mentioned by Robert, now invest in US is now getting to be a very popular business strategy adopted by Taiwanese company. So in the year 2018, our investment going to US amounted to $2 billion. And 2 years later, last year, and that size doubled to $4 billion, equal to 1/5 of our total investment in the United States. So this only happens in the past 3 years. Okay, so this is something very important and will reshape Taiwan's relations with not only U.S. but the rest of the world. So next slide, please. So with all this investment going to other places, to give you some example, Taiwan is actually building together with Southeast Asian countries and India to establish a U.S.-centered supply chain. For example, they are bringing Apple supply chain, they are bringing Nike supply chain or Walmart supply chain to different parts of the world. And for example, Foxconn and other very large companies, they are now assembling iPhones in India as well as in Vietnam. So from the table here, you can see that in the past 3-4 years, China's trade surplus with U.S. continued to drop, while Vietnam, Taiwan, or even India, Thailand, their export to U.S. continue to increase. With some of the countries, for example, Vietnam, they now enjoy a huge surplus with U.S. So Taiwan has been part of the major contributor to help boost this country's export to U.S. So next slide, please. So coming to Taiwan-U.S. cooperation outlook in the post-pandemic era. So as mentioned already by our Foreign Minister, Joseph Wu, that Taiwan has been a very important player in the global supply chain, especially previously in the China-based or China-centered supply chain. Taiwan has played a very vital role in Chinese economy, also Chinese global value chain. And now Taiwan is building manufacturing industries in other regions and reshaping its role and this country's role in the new economic landscape. So the fragmentation of the global value chain or the regionalization or the diversification of the supply chain allows more newcomers to participate in global supply chain. So it is very important for Taiwan and U.S. to work together strategically with other like-minded countries in order to assist these countries to build economic autonomy and reduce economic dependence on China. For example, Vietnam and India, now two very important destination partners for Taiwan. They all suffer from over-dependence, economic dependence on China. So working with Taiwan can actually help them to reduce their dependence on China. So Taiwan's vision is to be a hub of high value-added industries and an island of smart manufacturing and green economy. So in that regard, Taiwan and U.S. can partner in building key supply chains in U.S., not only for semiconductor, but also for other high technology products, for medical equipment, and also, for example, the textile and other consumer goods. And Taiwan and U.S. can cooperate more in green and digital economy and digital transformation, and to work on promoting innovation together and talent cultivation, and for example, important sectors such as public health. And also, Taiwan and USA have already worked a lot, collaboration a lot in Southeast Asia and South Asia. I believe that collaboration should further expand to other parts of the world, to Latin America as well as to Africa, because Africa is going to be a very important place for all this kind of competition. So for this, I'll close my remarks and look forward to further discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of areas for opportunity there. I think there's a good development or continuity too between what your remarks and Bonnie's remarks earlier about investing overseas. So with that, our final speaker is Eric. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Riley. Great to be here. Thanks to GTI for inviting me. Always happy to go clean up in these large panels. So as Riley mentioned in my bio, I'm the defense and national security person on this, econ heavy panel, which Normally, it would be out of place, but that's a good thing, I think. I normally speak on the defense panels, but increasingly these issues are being blended together. It shows just how much is changing in the relationship and where new opportunities for cooperation could be. I'll just say a few comments about the broader geopolitical competition with China, and then some thoughts or recommendations quickly on where Taiwan might fit in and where we can continue to explore that. So it's obvious that Washington and our allies and partners have awakened to this problem of China's geopolitical power in recent years. While we should expect security alliances and extended deterrence issues and the military balance in Asia to remain defining characteristics of this U.S.-China competition, the true nature of our rivalry and the arena where it may be hottest, in the coming years, is likely to be in the technology domain. One of the most, and that's an odd thing for me to say. Again, I built my whole career on defense policy, but to admit, how things are changing and what the center of gravity is, I think, is critical for us to understand the nature of this competition. One of the most critical challenges the United States and its partners now face is a China that is attempting to create what I would call an architecture of technological dependence by harnessing these new forms of power. Beijing has worked to concentrate critical technology supply chains in China in areas such as large capacity batteries and semiconductors and rare earth minerals. In a speech from a couple of years ago, Xi Jinping explicitly said that the party must tighten the dependence of international production chains on China in order to form, quote, a powerful countermeasure and deterrent capability. So what does this mean for Taiwan? Traditionally, Taiwan has had a security and diplomatic relationship with the U.S. and then, excuse me, I hit my video. And then separately, an economic relationship. We have largely bifurcated the two, which again is perfectly natural. However, the economic relationship has increasingly become a close part of the broader national security relationship because of the way, as I said, China is deploying this techno-geopolitical power. But this creates new opportunities and ways to deepen and even strengthen, I think, the US-Taiwan relationship. Taiwan's technological power, specifically in semiconductors, as already has been mentioned, is shaping both our daily personal lives in ways that I don't think we realize, and also the strategic relationship in ways we haven't started to fully appreciate. So just briefly, MediaTek is a company that I think isn't discussed as much in Washington, but finds itself semiconductors that are in many of the things that we all use, but don't necessarily realize it. Our Pelotons are run by MediaTek. Many of our Chromebooks and computers are run by MediaTek. Our Alexa devices, I hope I didn't just set mine off, are run by MediaTek. So we have, many devices in our homes, in our smart homes, in our daily lives that Taiwan has sort of become, just as just one example, but become central to helping us run. That's on the personal side. The strategic relationship is changing thanks to the growing importance of TSMC as a leading semiconductor manufacturer, if not right now, the leading. Taiwan, in short, has emerged as a techno-military power as a result. New and next generation weapon systems, like advanced artificial intelligence, they really can't be produced at scale without Taiwan and TSMC's help, in the near term. Now, the United States may be taking steps to adjust and respond to that reality and try to offset some of that over-reliance perhaps on TSMC. TSMC is part of that solution with what they're doing in Arizona now and into the future. But that's something we need to recognize again when the melding of traditional economic power and traditional military power. A couple of recommendations and where this leads us. We need to start thinking about how US-Taiwan geoeconomic power can maximize our advantages together as partners and also limit PRC technological gains. Two areas where I think this matters and where we can be exploring. We should develop a bilateral kind of supply chain management strategy to defend against PRC economic coercion. Just as we have meetings on trade issues and we have meetings on classic military cross-strait balance issues, we have to start talking about geopolitical power and the coercive use of economic and technological power. The Biden administration's supply chain review was conducted this spring. It concluded that the United States cannot address its supply chain vulnerabilities alone. and we have a strong interest in working with allies and ensuring they have resilient supply chains as well. So we need to start thinking through how we can operationalize this agenda bilaterally for the U.S.-Taiwan relationship. As well, we should start exploring, and my second recommendation, we should start exploring, what a technology or tech quad looks like alongside Japan and Korea. The four of us together are leaders in semiconductor design and manufacturing. We can build together a more resilient semiconductor ecosystem that includes, again, production here in the United States as well as design. But we can also work together on export control policy and limit the ability of the PRC to become its own semiconductor power, which I think was something controversial to say a few years ago, but now we all recognize is necessary from a national security perspective. While more investment in domestic semiconductor manufacturing is good, the U.S. must guard against a complete reshoring effort and recognize the value of an alliance-based supply chain for semiconductor power. I'll finish by saying, there was this great report that the U.S. Study Center in Australia just put out that was focused on the U.S.-Australia relationship and a geoeconomic strategy for going forward. Some of our mutual friends were authors of that report, both from Australia, Darren Lin, and from here in Washington, Zach Cooper. I think there should be an effort maybe to look to operationalize some of the ideas I'm just mentioning here on this panel, to do a similar report for what a geoeconomic strategy to deal with China looks like from the US-Taiwan perspective, and look at some of these bilateral ideas and some of these multilateral ideas that we could be exploring. So I'll finish there, and thanks for the opportunity again to GTI, and thank you, Riley.
No, thank you. Those recommendations, I think they're definitely worthwhile. I'd also just say, as much as you're the token defense guy on this panel, I'd also encourage more token econ guys on the defense panels, so we can have a little bit more diversity in those discussions. Let's go into Q&A now. If you have any questions, please feel free to submit them to GTI. I'm going to take the moderator's privilege and ask a few of my own. And first, I think I'm going to start off with CPTPP, the big question. This is mostly for Robert, but anyone on the panel, feel free to chime in. I think for sure, there's a lot of appetite, at least rhetorically, coming out of Taipei, a little bit even in Tokyo, maybe not so much from Washington. But it's still interesting. I think there's still a little interest of having Taiwan join CPTPP. I wonder though, why haven't we really gotten there yet? Why do you think Taiwan hasn't been invited yet? Is it China? Is that the big answer, or is it more of a domestic issue? There was a great article in the FT recently that said Taiwan, as much as the Tsai administration has been rhetorically for it, maybe they're not actually taking the steps needed to push the envelope. Bob or anyone, what are your thoughts?
Sure. I can't speak for Japan and others why they haven't invited Taiwan, etc. But as I understand it, and maybe Christy could correct me, but as I understand it, reading through Taiwan literature and government, I guess, messages and so on, that Taiwan has actually begun informal consultations with most of the CPTPP members. And so obviously you could announce it and then do the consultations, or you could do the consultations and then when you get pretty close, after having identified the key issues and whatnot, then make the announcement. So I think probably Taiwan is following that strategy perhaps better, and maybe waiting for the United States. I'm not entirely sure, but in any case, it will not be possible, I think, for the next year or two for the U.S., politically speaking, to join. So maybe they want to make it a joint thing. So that would be something that Taiwan government officials could better, I think, answer.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for Robert. You have been quite correct. And joining the CPTPP has gained bipartisan consensus in Taiwan for many years. So the previous KMT government and the current Minjindang, the Green Camp, have all worked towards getting participation into the CPTPP. So for the in the past few years, we have do our own legislation review. So we check every piece of legislation that may not satisfy the CPTPP standard. So we try to by our own efforts, unilateral efforts, to modify this legislation to show that we are prepared for that. However, because in the past 2 years, the external environment has changed a lot, and because of the COVID-19, and a lot of countries, the CPTPP members are busy with their own internal affairs. Now they are busy with not only for the pandemic, but also for economic recovery. So we consider their action or their support for Taiwan may be subject to some of their internal considerations. So our government is still working towards that, and have informal consultations with almost every government. And we are now waiting for the best time to formally submit the application. Probably not this year, probably next year. Thank you.
No, it's a good update. It's definitely, I think a lot of people are watching CPTPP more than they're watching US trade legislation, because personally, and I don't know if you agree or not, domestically it's slow going, just like we get the questions around a bilateral trade agreement with Taiwan. Is that really in the cards coming up? Who knows? Actually, Rick, you mentioned earlier, though, a digital trade agreement. Do you have any sort of insight into this? Is that something you think could be on the books shortly? We have a digital trade agreement that we signed a couple years ago with Japan. It's not necessarily something that Congress really needs to get involved with. Is this sort of an easy step for the Biden administration to take?
Sorry, thanks for that question. As I understand it, there's a technical issue that's holding up digital trade agreement, and that is, and this surfaced, and again, I haven't been in USTR in 2 decades, and I've been retired for a month and a half, so I'm kind of cut off from a lot of information flow. But my recollection is that Minister Dung had proposed this to Deputy USTR Garish maybe a year and a half ago, and there was discussion about it. But apparently, this is just my third-hand understanding, is that there's an MFN issue here, most favored nation. If you don't have an FTA, as the United States does with Japan, or is negotiating one with Japan, or has one with some other countries in Asia, if you don't have that, then whatever concessions are extended in a digital trade agreement between the two parties have to be extended to everybody else in the WTO. And I think that's and that may be an imperfect understanding, but that's what I believe I've heard from USTR, that's the issue, is that if we were to do that, then we would be inadvertently granting concessions to other trading partners that we didn't mean to do, unless we had an FTA with Taiwan. Now, an FTA with Taiwan, I think, is also not possible, but for different reasons. I mean, the main reason right now is because this administration is very internally focused, infrastructure legislation, pandemic remediation, a lot of other things are on the books. I don't think that Ambassador Dai is willing to start looking externally right now. So an FTA, at least with Taiwan, is not on the books. And of course, there's always the issue of how do you execute an FTA with Taiwan? We don't have diplomatic relations. The agreements are executed between non-governmental actors, American Institute in Taiwan and TECRO, the Taipei Economic Cultural Representative Office. And there is, I've always heard concern expressed by USTR, how can you ensure that the commitments made by TECRO are enforceable in a court of law? and I think they have concerns about that. And going back maybe 10 or 15 years when Taiwan, when the beef issue was particularly strong, 2010 or 11, and there was talk of an FTA about that time also. There have been many times since they acceded to the WTO. There was a concern that, you couldn't do it through, or some people didn't, USTR doesn't want to do it through an AIT Checro instrument. If you try to go to another instrument like a formal agreement, you can't. So then you'd have to go, in order for those rights and obligations to be enforceable. If you're going to impose obligations on US entities, if you have those agreements in an FTA, how do you make sure that they're enforced? Well, the answer was, well, then you need legislation, and that has to be bicameral. You can't go through finance committee. And then when it's bicameral, back in the times when the beef issue was very strident, the beef and the pork industry said, fine, if you do that, then we're going to attach an amendment to that legislation and require X, Y, and Z. So that kind of backed people off of that. So a lot of it revolves around the lack of diplomatic relations and how do you implement agreements that are meant to be done between countries that have diplomatic relations, because they're normally done by treaties or formal agreements. So I strayed away from your question, but I think it's kind of relevant.
That's good. It shows the bureaucracy that we have to live with.
Yes. Yeah. And lawyers also.
Yeah. Not enough lawyers, right? We have a question from Zoe Weaver-Lee from the Global Taiwan Institute. I think this one might be more for Eric. What are some strategies or policy Taiwan can implement to take advantage of its semiconductor advantage, yet also mitigate the risks of dependency on the industry?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. This issue has emerged for anybody watching the industry closely. I guess it's been around for 10 years or so, but for strategists, it's just the last 2 years, and its effect on kind of US-Taiwan security dynamics. Now, I think of course, TSMC is a private company. It's making its own decisions. I think that it's one that Taipei is proud of and should continue to elevate, with that same pride. I think they're in the driver's seat now for these various reasons. All these American companies that are fabless, that do their design, have no choice but to go to TSMC now, whether you're a Broadcom or AMD, or whether you're an Apple or others. We forget that Apple's become kind of the biggest fabless company in designing all their own chips now and building them at TSMC. Now, I think TSMC is pursuing the right strategy, though, in being a Taiwanese company, but being part of the solution to North America and Europe interest in kind of diversifying beyond simply one facility in Taiwan. And so the announcement in Arizona was a strategic one. It was a signal, I think, that TSMC recognized they were going to continue to grow and had to continue to grow in ways that were a part of the semiconductor ecosystems of these other countries. And so I think the question now will be, to what extent does that grow? This is for Taipei. This is the strategic question, and the classic silicon shield. You want the company to continue to grow and come to places like Arizona, but perhaps you don't want it to happen so much, again, from a military and strategic perspective, that Washington and others feel like they've released that burden. So there's going to be a bit of a tension here where we want to work together, and we're excited about this, but we're also working in we're rowing in the same direction, and we're rowing sometimes in opposite directions at the same time. So it'll be a balance, and one that I think the business community and the national security community are going to have to be in close touch on, I think, as they have been the last 18 months or so.
Yeah, I definitely think, I think we're going to quickly hit some walls on the limitations that we can maybe achieve cooperatively. I think even with some of our strongest allies, we have difficulty on, concerns about export controls, for example. And then, of course, how do we how do we develop the next cutting edge thing? And I think for some people, more specifically, where do we develop it? And, you know, I think there's definitely a lot of questions to be asked there.
And this just Riley briefly,
Yeah.
this is where there's that tension as well on the export control side, where TSMC is so important in many different ways, like I talked about militarily, but at the same time, you know, they're so important to China in the past year, Huawei. And so it was only the direct product rule that really put Huawei in the corner last year, in the last 2 years. The policy changes from April and August of 2020. And of course, TSMC had to pay a cost of that set of decisions, you know, which created attention itself, but, you know, was what the Washington decided to do from a national security perspective. So again, all the more reasons that the business community and the national security community are going to have to maybe not be on the same page, but, you know, reading the same sheet of music together.
Sure, sure. Let me go back to Bonnie real quick. You know, we're sort of this all kind of comes back. It sort of touches. These are all sort of tangent topics, right? We're talking about working with each other, and then, you know, working not just within our own countries, but in third countries as well, and other places. Often too, the competition with Chinese counterparts. And I'm wondering, you know, how do you sort of perceive this competition that we have? You know, certainly you mentioned Sri Lanka earlier. You know, does the US and Taiwan always have the same strategic or economic interests as China does? And if not, you know, how should we perceive those differences and respond to them?
Riley, thanks. I think that so many of the topics that we've discussed here are interwoven in that question. And I think that one of the clear things that comes out when we talk about development assistance, but it's also when we talk about overall national security policy, when we're talking about the US, Taiwan, allied countries, and our positioning vis-a-vis China, and that is that our positioning is values-based. And the People's Republic of China operates with all of its 5-year planning in place and Made in China 2025. It's really important for allies to collaborate and cooperate. Eric mentioned something that my biggest takeaway in all of this is the concept of a tech quad. If we've seen nothing else throughout COVID, it's the criticality of technology and digital connectivity around the world. In order for countries just to get by on a day-to-day basis, let alone prosper. And as we come out of COVID, one of the areas where I think we'll be in very close lockstep, really, with the proposed tech quad, and we can add on to that, the British have called it the D+10, and it's the democracies of the world as they focus on broadband connectivity and rollouts around the world. When I talk about a journey to self-reliance, a country cannot any longer be considered self-reliant if it doesn't have some level of broadband connectivity. And this is where the D+10 or the tech quad would come in as providers of that digital connectivity, broadband connectivity, whether it's through even 3G on some remote islands, or next generation broadband, 6G, or open radio access networks. These are all going to be the roadmaps of the 21st century. And we can be beholden to Huawei, or we can be independent of that. The independence is really only going to come through collaboration. And I'll leave it to lawyers to hammer out all of the details around that connectivity and around the collaboration that goes behind it. But none of us should abandon the thought that in order for countries to become self-reliant, they need to have open access to broadband connectivity, for international economic growth, for development. And the way to get to that place and not be beholden to Huawei and its networking, which, as I'm sure everyone knows, is rabidly anti-democratic. This is something that we'll be able to forge forward in collaboration. The US and Taiwan bring in Japan and Korea, the Finns, the Estonians, and the Indians, critical. And you've got a force to be reckoned with when it comes to helping people proceed along those journeys to self-reliance.
You mentioned the Indians, and Christy earlier was mentioning working in Vietnam, for example. Either just Taiwan's investment there or just a growing interest in these places, just generally in the region. I wonder. I think there's definitely some things like you're mentioning the telecommunications. The United States has this. Correct me if I'm wrong on the Clean Networks initiative that we're pursuing. But beyond that, though, I wonder what our limitations are, either solo or with Taiwan in the region. Christy, I don't know if you have any insight on this. Thinking about South Asia, Southeast Asia, it seems like there's definitely still a lot of areas where there might be some hurdles, on like either the economic space or the national security, like the digital space, with countries like Vietnam and India requiring a certain amount of data being stored within their country, which is inherently opposite of what like the U.S. wants, for example. I don't know if you either of you actually have any thoughts on this.
Bonnie, you want to go ahead?
I'll just say very quickly, Christy, you were spot on Vietnam. I distinguish between India and Vietnam mostly there is size, but also in the concept of democratic nations. And additionally, India is currently a donor country. Vietnam has not yet reached the point, although Vietnam is squarely on the road to self-reliance, and it is on the journey to self-reliance and completion of that journey absent China. So I think that that's critically important. But India plays a very distinct role from Vietnam.
Yes, from my point of view, we work closely with Vietnam and India and some other countries too, based on growing trade and investment relations. For example, we work with, for example, the U.S. clients, the U.S. business partners to bring the supply chain to India 3 years ago, and that is something never happened before. So several very large Taiwanese company are actually working with their U.S. clients to produce or assemble products aiming for U.S. market or aiming for domestic market. So that is something that is some triangular working relations between Taiwan, U.S. and Vietnam or India. And we are hoping that kind of triangular relation can expand to other fields, for example, development. For example, Taiwanese company have a very strong Chamber of Commerce and Taisang networks in Vietnam already. So they actually have contributed a lot, for example, to helping poor people and to, for example, during this pandemic, they have donated a lot of masks, a lot of things for Vietnam, and also doing the same thing in India. So I believe that kind of trade and investment relation and networks can expand to do further to help development of this of these countries, together with the help or the collaboration with U.S. In the past 3 years, we have already some collaboration with the USA, for example. For example, we are doing together with USA to provide training program or microfinance in India, and also to two Latin American countries working with the Citibank, for example. So for that kind of development work, we can further targeting some countries that have the same value with US and Taiwan. So I believe that is something that we can further explore working with the US.
Great. I want to kind of go back to a little bit of inside baseball, sort of the DC bureaucracy a bit. Last year we had this new dialogue established between the United States and Taiwan, the Economic Prosperity Dialogue, and that was generally through AIT or State Department with TechRo, and I wonder, how might this compete or actually support other efforts like the TIFA or the Clean Networks system, or just how are these interagency initiatives either competing or cooperating? I don't know. Perhaps Bob, you have some thoughts, or Rick, you have some thoughts on this, given that they're both generally more focused on trade, I think.
I think Rick is the proper person to turn to.
I was going to say you were the person, Bob. Yeah, but let me just take a quick stab at it, because when the EPPD was set up, and these were meetings in Taipei in the fall and winter of 2020, I guess. There was, as I understand, and again, I was still at AIT then, but of course I was, sequestered, where I am now, in my home office, so it was kind of a weird situation. Although my successor, Jeff Horowitz, did cover that and did go to Taipei for those meetings. The man who was I guess it's the undersecretary, Bob, help me out, for economics. What was his name? I'm not recalling it right now, but
Keith Kroc.
Yes, Keith Kroc. Thank you.
Keith Kroc. Yeah.
A very dynamic personality who wanted to get things done, and he did. And so I don't have the list in front of me, but there's a whole list of topics of things that are going to be considered, and some of it involves supply chain, resiliency and protection, and a number of others. But I think an effort was made to carefully address issues in the economic policy area, not the trade policy area. And so I think that's but of course, at that time, USTR was not interested in engaging in discussions with Taiwan about a TIFA. And so there was, there was some interagency interest in continuing the economic relationship. And so it was done through that mechanism, through the EPPD. And so that's my understanding. It was specifically created not to involve trade policy areas because, by law and executive order, that's what USTR does. The 1962 Trade Expansion Act, gives it those authorities, as amended. So people were careful not to tread on that.
Personally, I don't mind a little treading. I think sometimes USTR needs it. Anyways, thanks to everyone for this wonderful panel. I know we only had an hour and a half, which might seem like a lot of time, but honestly, I don't think it can be enough on just the diverse topics we covered here and how important they are. So thank you all. This has been wonderful. I'm gonna thank you all for coming. I want to just briefly introduce our next speaker. Up next, we have Representative Amy Barra, who's going to be our keynote for today. And with that, enjoy lunch or good night. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Riley. Thank you.
Nice.
Thanks, everybody. Yeah.
Thank you. Good to see everyone. Talk to you later, Bob.
Okay. See you tomorrow, too.
Yes, right. Exactly. Friday.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, thank you so much, Riley, for moderating that very interesting panel discussion, very thorough and comprehensive. And I think you touched on a lot of, the panelists touched on a lot of issues, but we're able to, I think, kind of thread a lot of these issues together on the relationship between trade, economic security, and tech cooperation. And so I think that there's a lot of interesting ideas that I'm sure that we'll be able to draw from in further discussions here at the Global Taiwan Institute. Now it is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Congressman Ami Bera. Congressman Bera has represented California's 7th Congressional District in the U.S. House of Representatives since 2013. Representative Bera is currently a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, where he serves as chairman of the Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and Nonproliferation. He is also a senior member of the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology. Congressman Bera is the longest serving Indian American serving in the U.S. Congress. Congressman Bera has also generously agreed to take some questions from our audience. So as a reminder to our audience members, we will be taking questions at around the final 15-minute segment of this session. So please submit your questions to contact@globaltaiwan.org or tweet us at Global Taiwan. You may also use the YouTube chat function as well as LinkedIn. Please remember to include your name as well as your affiliation with your question. Congressman Bera, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on. And you might see my assistant's name underneath, but it really is me. It's not Madeline Volko. So.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And Madeline has been fantastic. And so thanks to Madeline as well for everything she's done to help facilitate this. I want to dive right in, Congressman. I'm going to start with an issue that is very current. And even though geographically it may seem distant from Taiwan, it does have has some implications, at least in public perceptions, about Taiwan. That's the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, which has sparked some concerns among allies and partners. And these concerns have been amplified, to say the least, by PRC propaganda that has called into question U.S. commitments to its allies as well as partners. In your view, what are the implications of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan for U.S. commitments to Taiwan and the broader region?
You know, obviously we're watching the PRC propaganda machine go into full effect. Certainly, we're seeing that in Taiwan. But in truth, I don't think folks should overread the withdrawal from Afghanistan into the relationship and partnership we have with the people of Taiwan, the island of Taiwan, or other allies and partners in the region. And here's why. We had a 20-year commitment to helping build up the people of Afghanistan. Ultimately, we firmly believe it's the choice of the people, and this was an internal civil war. This was an issue, and our hope was that the Afghan government would again, after spending tens of billions of dollars, would hold steady and firm and defend itself. And I think the withdrawal could have been executed better, but this was a 20-year commitment to helping build up the country, helping rebuild the country. There were continued commitments to support the Afghan government, but unfortunately, you saw President Ghani flee and leave. And if I draw the analogy with Taiwan, Taiwan is this well-developed democracy. The people have chosen the path forward for Taiwan. And when you look at the strong commitment of Congress over the years, we're not dictating to Taiwan or the people of Taiwan the direction they want to go. We're supporting the people of Taiwan to select the direction, the form of government that they want. We're enhancing our economic ties and so forth. So that the real difference here is we were hoping the people of Afghanistan, the Afghan government, after years and billions of dollars of investment, would be willing to fight for their freedom and fight for their path forward. The people of Taiwan, there's no question in my mind the direction that the people of Taiwan want to go. This is a vibrant democracy, one of the world's leading and developed economies. And the partnership, the relationship between the people of the United States and the people of Taiwan is as strong as it ever has been. And I would argue it's stronger than it ever has been because we haven't changed how we feel about the people of Taiwan. The members of Congress, Democrats and Republicans, haven't changed how we feel about our commitments to Taiwan. The Xi Jinping Chinese Communist Party has changed directions. They could choose a different direction. And a decade ago, 15 years ago, I would have said, you're seeing East Asia, the China-U.S. relationship going in a positive direction, a direction where you're having stronger economic ties, stronger exchange of people. Xi Jinping's decided to take it in a very different direction. And don't listen to the Chinese propaganda machine, because this is not a reaction to anything we've done in terms of changing U.S. policy. This is a change in policy of the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping, and a decision to act in a much more aggressive way, to throw out norms and standards, to disregard the choices of the people of Taiwan. And Congress, Democrat and Republican, I would say our feelings towards Taiwan, our commitment towards the people of Taiwan is stronger than ever. It's your decision for your future and what path forward and for the people of Taiwan.
Thank you so much for that clear articulation of the differences between Afghanistan and Taiwan. And I think that really sends a very reassuring, I think, message to the people of Taiwan, as well as the population among allies and partners of the United States. And I want to pick up on something you just said about the sort of consistency of U.S. policy. And I think while there are notable differences between the policies of the Biden and the Trump administration, I think it's fair to characterize that the Biden administration has largely continued the policies of the previous administration's Taiwan policy. Do you agree with this characterization, or what is your view about what may be some of the distinguishing features, or just sort of distinct features of U.S. policy towards Taiwan under the current administration?
I think largely the Biden administration's continued many of the Trump policies towards Taiwan, but also towards the region. And I often said under the 4 years of President Trump, while I think many of us in the Democratic Party thought the questions and issues that he was raising were the right questions, how he talked about them and some of the tactics and methods that he used might not have been the same tactics and methods that we use. And I think you'll see that under the Biden administration. But I think the Biden administration, Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin, and others really have come out strongly to reaffirm the U.S. government's and the United States Congress commitment to the people of Taiwan, and again for the people of Taiwan to find their own direction forward. That I think has been strongly reaffirmed. Working with my colleagues, Representative Steve Chabot, who's the ranking member on the Subcommittee on Asia and the Pacific, who's a longtime supporter of Taiwan, and I think was one of the original co-founders of the Taiwan Caucus. We put together this comprehensive bill, the Taiwan Peace and Stability Act, and it's exactly what's in the name of that: peace and stability. And it does set forth policies that I think are consistent with how the Biden administration looks at things, which is we want to have a coordinated strategic path forward to make sure Taiwan is included in international organizations, is included in the World Health Assembly and other organizations, because the country, the people of Taiwan, the island of Taiwan, has a lot to offer here. We've seen that around COVID. And we're eternally grateful for what the Taiwan government and the people of Taiwan did in the early stages of COVID to help in my home state of California, but also the United States when we were faced with a real big challenge. So Taiwan has a lot to offer the world. So that's one plank of the Peace and Stability Act. Other planks are we want to strategically increase our economic coordination, our economic ties. We're certainly asking the U.S. Trade Representative to really look at what legal parameters we can use to kind of move forward to cement that economic relationship. But you've also seen the Biden administration work with partners and allies in the region. Notably, you saw out of the Biden-Suga summit, Taiwan was explicitly discussed. You saw out of the G7, explicit references towards Taiwan. I think that's very strategic, and the message there is we'd like valued governments, like valued people who understand it's up to the people of a specific region to decide their path forward. We're sending a message, not so subtly, that we don't want to change that order. Again, any shift in Taiwan is up to the people of Taiwan.
If I may just get into the details a little bit more about the key element of the Biden administration's foreign policy. On the opening panel today on grand strategy, the panelists discussed in sort of a broad context the contest between democracies versus autocracies, and I think one of the sort of the feature that was discussed was the Summit for Democracies that the President Biden is hosting later this year in December. And from your perspective, what do you hope for this summit to achieve, and what role would you envision that Congress should have, and specifically, given the importance of Taiwan's democracies, in your view, should the Biden administration invite Taiwan's president to attend this summit for democracies?
Sure. So I think it's too simplistic to just say this is a battle of ideas between democracies and autocracies. There is a battle of a certain set of values that are taking place, right? Of countries and people that value a rules-based order, that value free markets, that value the ability for countries and people to determine their own path forward. So those are democratic values, but how that democracy plays out, if we look at Taiwan, it's a very mature democracy. It's you've seen elections, you have vibrant parties, and you've seen different leaders go one direction or another direction, much as the US democracy. And democracy is always a path forward. I mean, we saw a contentious presidential election in 2020 here in the United States, hard fought. You saw multiple challenges to the results of our election. Ultimately, you saw the states certify the election. I think it was embarrassing for us to, and for the world to see what happened on January 6th to the oldest democracy. But you saw that democracy stand up, my democracy in the United States. You saw us come back into the House of Representatives in the middle of the night and finish our job certifying the election. And you saw the peaceful transfer of power to President Joe Biden when he was sworn in on January 20th. I reference that because I also know the PRC propaganda machine likes to talk about failing democracy in the United States. What I'd say is that was democracy in action. You had more people turn out to vote in that election. Yes, it was contentious. It was a vibrant exchange of ideas, and there's still a lot of contention in our democracy in the United States. But it's the people of the United States that are determining our path forward, not some external path, external entity that is trying to say, well, here's where the United States needs to go. It's up to us to determine our future. And that's what I feel strongly about the people of Taiwan. It's up to the people of Taiwan to determine that future, not some external entity that says, here's the path forward. With regard to your second, I would love to see Congress have a role in a democracy summit. Ultimately, it's President Biden's summit, but I think you'll see Congress being very supportive of democracies around the world. Of again, like valued allies, we're very supportive of the direction President Biden has taken in the Indo-Pacific region to strengthen alliances and I think part of that strengthening of alliances does have Taiwan in mind. With regards to any specific invitations, I'll leave that up to the president since it's his summit. But certainly, I would hope to be able to revisit Taiwan in the near future, maybe with my chairman Chairman Meeks and other members of Congress on a CODEL. Was there first introduced to Taiwan by the former chairman, Ed Royce, who was a longtime champion of the people of Taiwan, and certainly have tried to continue some of that legacy with my work.
Thank you for that. And you touched on this, Congressman, earlier, but and I wonder if you can expand on this. And this is really about the impact of COVID-19, which has affected all of us personally, but also the relationship between the United States and the world, and China with the world, and certainly Taiwan as well. And so maybe if you could describe in the ways in which you saw how COVID-19 affected U.S. relations with Taiwan, and where do you see relations going into sort of the post-COVID-19 environment?
So first, let me celebrate the response that Taiwan had to COVID-19, as well as the generosity of the people of Taiwan. Taiwan was a success story, right? Early on in the pandemic, minimal number of cases, minimal hospitalizations and deaths, and they continue to be a success story. And again, I'm expressing the gratitude of the people of California, but also the people of the United States. Early on, when we were suffering, in that early phase of COVID, having lack of testing resources, PPE, and so forth, the people of Taiwan stepped up to help us, and you have our gratitude for that. And that is what friends and partners do. In this phase, as we're ramping up to vaccinate the world, another one of our friends, Japan, I think it's remarkable. I think I read recently that they're going to send another 500,000 doses of vaccine over to the people of Taiwan, and in addition to doses that they've already sent. That's the partnership that we're trying to develop. So there's a real message that countries in the region are all working together, and the big elephant in the room in terms of the PRC, you ought to join us, not the other way around, right? You ought to be part of this community of nations that we can't dictate the direction that Xi Jinping takes China, but he shouldn't be able to dictate the direction that the people of Taiwan want to go, or the other countries in the region. That type of coercion has no place in the 21st century. So around COVID, I think, both let's get everyone in the United States and Taiwan vaccinated, but let's also then work together to vaccinate the region. Coming out of this, there's lots of lessons to be learned, and I think places where the United States and Taiwan can work together. Kind of a one-off, we saw the real disruption in supply chains, and I think Taiwan has a huge opportunity, not just to help the United States, and they already are in the semiconductor space, obviously, but also to think about how we work together to build more supply chain resiliency and redundancy. And I think Taiwan, given its mature economy and innovation sector, semiconductor leadership, can play a real leading role here.
On the topic of coercion, there are growing concerns about the possibility of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan, and possibly even within 6 years. This potential timeline was put forward by the former Indo-PACOM commander, Admiral Phil Davidson. Do you believe an invasion is imminent, and if so, would the United States be ready and prepared to respond?
I don't want to speculate on Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party's intentions, because, again, a decade, 2 decades ago, I think many of us thought China was moving in a very different direction, to the benefit of the people of China, to the benefit of the economy of China, to the benefit of peace and stability in the region. We've now watched Xi Jinping's Chinese Communist Party take the country in a very different direction, a very aggressive direction, which I think is disrupting what could have been a very bright future for the region. So, we have seen the level of aggression that the PRC has put, in the Taiwan Straits, and across the Straits, the incursions into Taiwan's sphere of influence and air defense identification zone, and I think those are just very aggressive, provocative tactics. And nothing's changed in our commitment to the people of Taiwan and to the island of Taiwan. But what it has done is it's increasingly made other countries in the region very aware of the Chinese aggression. Again, I think you're seeing Japan step up to the plate. We're having very different conversations with our European allies. They're very aware, and I think it was horrific what happened in Hong Kong. But Hong Kong and Taiwan are not the same. I mean, Hong Kong was part of mainland China. There was, it was ultimately moving in that direction. But we saw China totally disregard international norms and standards and agreement under Xi Jinping. And I think, again, what happened in Hong Kong is horrific, but that's different than Taiwan. Taiwan, there's a firm commitment towards the people of Taiwan dictating their future forward. With regards to, one of the other components of the Taiwan Peace and Stability Act, which I think is consistent with how the administration is thinking about this, is more, formalizing a look at Taiwan's self-defense structure, strength, assets, where, Taiwan can be making investments, but where we in partnership could also be making investments to strengthen Taiwan's ability to defend itself, but also that when I say Taiwan defending itself, doesn't mean it's not without partners and others that are going to assist. And all of this is with the hope that Xi Jinping, the Chinese Communist Party, the PRC, realize that the last 40 years have been prosperous in the region, that there's no reason for us to change a policy tactic that has been very prosperous for the region. China's prospered, Taiwan's prospered, the countries in the region, and we're firmly committed to keeping that status quo. And we want to send the message to Xi Jinping that do not make a mistake here, do not overstep bounds, do not upset that order. It won't be good for from an economic perspective, from a political perspective. It's not the world ganging up on China. It's China deciding to take a very different direction, which is forcing the world to reassess this PRC under Xi Jinping. It's not the China that we were hoping for 10, 20 years ago. It's a very different PRC under Xi Jinping, and it's forcing Europe, the Australians, the Quad, the United States, Japan, Korea, others, to really reassess. And unfortunately, the people of Taiwan are, right in the middle of this.
And related to this, this military threat that China presents to Taiwan, and I think you provided a very nuanced, analysis of, its sort of intention and its goals in regards to its military activities. There are also increasing calls within the U.S. Policy community for an explicit commitment to defend Taiwan. This, in large part, I think, in an effort to deter China's aggression that you've, spelled out quite clearly. Do you think the U.S. should shift from its current position of strategic ambiguity to, quote, strategic clarity?
Yeah, so you'll hear folks on all sides of the spectrum. Obviously we've had this policy of strategic ambiguity that has been successful for a number of years, and then on the other end, you'll hear folks like Richard Haas and others, including some of my colleagues, wanting a firm strategic clarity position in terms of defense. I'd argue that there's multiple things, and I use the term strategic deterrence, but deterrence only works if there's clarity of what tools and tactics you have available. And far too often there's a focus on the military piece of it, but there's also other tactics, political deterrence, economic deterrence, partnership deterrence. And what I'm, that might not be the right term, but if you see countries like the United States, Japan, the European Union, Australia, all standing together to say, speaking to Xi Jinping, to the PRC, to say any change in the status quo is not acceptable to us. And again, we can have a prosperous 21st century where we're all competitors. Certainly there's nothing wrong with competing on ideas, but you have to allow and respect the autonomy of people to choose their path forward. You can't dictate and put your values on other people. That's just, that goes against the values of democracy. That goes against the values that we believe in as the United States of America, but I would argue the values of Europe, of Japan, of Australia, and others. And again, we're not suggesting that people have to choose to do business and have partnerships with the United States or China. What we're saying is, based on these values and the PRC under Xi Jinping, he's trying to force his set of values on others, and we don't think that's correct. And so when I talk about strategic deterrence, I think there's a firm commitment from the people of the United States to use the resources and assets available, hopefully in partnership with like-valued countries, to deter China from making a mistake.
Building on your concept of partnership deterrence, I think a notable development early on in the Biden administration is this inclusion of, quote, peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, end quote, within the joint statement by President Biden and Prime Minister Suga of Japan. What, in your view, is the significance of this joint statement? Why now? And in your view, what role does the U.S. expect Japan to play in the event of a Taiwan contingency?
I think Japan's very aware, given proximity to Taiwan, but proximity to the PRC, of the very aggressive nature of Xi Jinping's PRC. And I think given our strong partnership both with Taiwan and obviously our commitments to Japan, it's good to see the United States and Japan working closely together to, again, you'll hear me say this over and over again, Taiwan's future should be in the hands of the people of Taiwan. And I think that's a firm commitment. And if you see Xi Jinping's PRC moving in a different direction to take that that value away from the people of Taiwan, I think we do have to stand together to say that's not acceptable, because that's not the Indo-Pacific region that we want to see in the 21st century. Because it doesn't stop there then. So we have to take that firm stance, and I applaud the government of Japan and the people of Japan for taking strong actions, strengthening their economic ties to Taiwan and the people of Taiwan. I think it is great that Japan is providing vaccines to the people of Taiwan as well. And I certainly want us to continue to provide additional resources to defeat COVID-19. But the three of us, Taiwan, the United States, Japan, we can also work together to strengthen our economic relationship. It's certainly the defensive capabilities to deter any military adventurism by Xi Jinping. I don't think that's in anyone's interest, but we can potentially work together as three nations to reduce that threat to the people of Taiwan, or as well as others in the region. I mean, China's declarations about the East China Sea, we've seen what they have done in the South China Sea, going against international law, international norms. That's just not productive for anyone at this point.
I think related to this question that you already had expanded on the role of Congress in potentially playing more of a role in promoting security dialogues between the United States, Japan, and Taiwan. And I would just note that the ruling parties in Taiwan and Japan had recently held a security dialogue. And I wonder, to what extent do you see sort of security being a component of broader discussions among U.S., Japan, and Taiwan lawmakers from a congressional perspective?
Yeah, I think from the parliamentarian side, I think parliamentarian exchanges are good. Certainly, in pre-COVID times, we would have regular congressional delegations, coming through Taiwan, and meeting with parliamentarians as well as the leadership in Taiwan. And I think seeing some of that participation is important. I also think we need to work together to make sure Taiwan continues to be recognized in the international community, that they have the people of Taiwan and the island of Taiwan has the ability to not just be in these international organizations because they have things that they can contribute, but also some of the recognition. I applaud Lithuania for the steps that they've taken, and I think China's retaliatory measures are not how big powers respond. Powers that are secure in themselves don't try to bully other countries. They certainly can express their pleasure or displeasure, but to withdraw your diplomatic mission, that's just the type of PRC that we see under Xi Jinping. That's not what mature nations do.
So President Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping had a call on September 9th. What are the implications to take away from that discussion? And what of the Biden's administration emerging China policy? According to the Chinese state media Xinhua news agency, and I quote, for his part, Biden said that the two countries have no interest in letting competition veer into conflict, and the U.S. side has no intention to change the one China policy, end quote. What is the U.S. one China policy?
Well, let me start with touching on the phone call, and some of I think we've seen some of the PRC propaganda machine saying, oh, this is the United States being weak, and the president of the United States reaching out to talk to Xi Jinping as a sign of weakness. I'd argue it's the exact opposite, and that goes to my last point, where mature, self-confident countries, while we have real disagreements with the direction Xi Jinping's taking the PRC, we're secure in who we are as a country, and we're very willing to reach out and engage in dialogue. And I actually applaud President Biden for reaching out. I don't see that as a sign of weakness. I see that as a sign of strength and self-confidence that we have here in our country, in the United States, and to engage in these conversations. Now, none of us wants to see a kinetic confrontation. None of us wants to see a war in the region. It's not good for the people of China. It's not good for the people of Taiwan. It's not good for anyone in the region, including the United States. And the reason why I couch that is, if we look at peace and prosperity in the last 50 years and the remarkable growth of of countries in the region, of people in the region, including China, this is remarkable. If you think about where China was in 1970 to where China is today, the people of China should be proud of that growth. And certainly countries in the region, the United States, through trade and exchange of ideas, exchange of people, contributed. But the people of China should be proud of that growth and trajectory, just as the people of Taiwan should be proud of what they've been able to accomplish, and the people of Japan and Korea and some of the ASEAN nations. And why would we want to change that trajectory? It's been beneficial to everyone. It's lifted tens of millions of people out of poverty. It's created stability in the region. So it's not our intention to want to change what's been a very stable and peaceful region. That said, again, you'll hear me say this over and over again, we're seeing Xi Jinping's Chinese Communist Party take the PRC in a very different direction that we don't think is advantageous for the people of China, and certainly we think it is threatening to the peace and stability in the region. And I think that's why you've seen the Biden administration use that term very intentionally, peace and stability. That's why in the bill that we introduced with Mr. Shabbat, it's the Taiwan Peace and Stability Act. And the goal here is peace and stability, maybe add a third component, prosperity. And I think that's the component. So, I don't think we're changing our policy. And the PRC propaganda machine will continually churn out saying we're forcing China and the PRC to have to act more aggressively in their own defense. We didn't change this, and we're not creating a coalition against China. What we're doing is we're creating a coalition that understands and values the rights of people to choose their own path forward. And that's in response to the aggression of Xi Jinping's Chinese Communist Party and PRC.
Thank you for that. The Financial Times recently reported that the U.S. government may be considering a request from Taiwan to change the name of its de facto embassy from the Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office to simply the Taiwan Representative Office. What are your thoughts on this request?
I think it's reasonable to talk about, and I think the Biden administration's talking about and considering it. I think about that in consideration of a whole host of others. And again, I think you'll see saber rattling coming out of Xi Jinping's China and PRC saying you can't do that, this is what it means. I think it's just, again, a whole host of things that, we certainly can talk about. It's our right to make the decisions possible. But again, I would go back to, we've had stability and peace and prosperity in the region for the last 40, 50 years, where you've seen great economic powers like Taiwan and Japan and others rise, including China. We're not suggesting changing the status quo. It's the aggressive tactics of Xi Jinping that is changing the status quo. So if he doesn't want to go in these directions, let's go back to a formula that was very successful for all of us, including China.
The Biden administration, to its credit, has recently resumed the trade and investment framework agreement talks with Taiwan after it's been stalled for many years, and some hope that this could potentially lead to negotiations on a free trade agreement between the United States and Taiwan. And this is an issue that I think Congress has taken an active interest in as well. And I wanted to know what your thoughts on the sort of prospects for a US-Taiwan FTA under the Biden administration.
Certainly we're happy that the TIFA talks are moving forward. In the bill that we've introduced, the Taiwan Peace and Stability Act, we talk about strengthening economic cooperation, investment opportunities. And this isn't just a one-way street. I mean, as we address this real shortage of semiconductors, we're grateful to Taiwan and the companies in Taiwan for their investments that they're making in the United States. It's a two-way street. It's a partnership. And, I think, it's not just, whether there's a formal bilateral trade agreement or there's deepening ties. I think it's moving in the right direction. And I think we also then, one area that, I know I've talked about a lot is, as much as I would love to bring CPTPP or bring the United States into CPTPP, that may happen over time. And I've not lost hope that we can't ultimately get there. But in the areas of digital trade and other areas, that might be a place where, that matters to Taiwan. It certainly matters to the countries in the region, where we can create a framework of digital trade and what that looks like. So I think there's opportunities in multiple places. And then, trilateral strengthening of economic ties with Japan, the United States, Taiwan, we've talked about that, but also with other countries in the region.
This year marks the 50th anniversary of UN Resolution 2758. This resolution granted the PRC the seat in the UN Security Council previously held by Taipei. What is your opinion on the implications on UN 2758? This resolution is what Beijing now is using as legal justification to preclude Taiwan from even meaningfully participating in UN bodies. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so I'll answer it this way, and it goes back to an earlier question that you had asked me about, maybe differences between Trump's approach to Taiwan versus Biden's approach to Taiwan. I do think one shortcoming of the Trump administration was their withdrawal from international organizations, from the UN, from the WHO, because the downside of not being there is somebody else filled that role, and in this case it was a PRC that filled that role and built coalitions and actually passed policies that are not good for the United States, but certainly not good for Taiwan and other countries that respect the rule of law and the rights of people to choose their own path forward. President Biden's reversed that strategy, and I think that's the right thing to do. I think we also have clearly laid out in the Taiwan Peace and Stability Act the fact that we have to have a long-term strategic approach that will work to increase Taiwan's inclusion in international organizations up to, certainly would love to see Taiwan's participation in the United Nations and other organizations as well. And, because again, I think the people of Taiwan have a lot to offer the world. And in the 21st century, we should be looking forward, not looking backwards. And part of that strategy, you have to be sitting at the table. You have to be building coalitions with other countries. And I think that's what you're seeing the Biden administration do with our European allies, other Asian allies in Africa and South America. And I think that's important, because I also think we've seen the aggressive behavior of the PRC, bullying countries like Honduras and elsewhere to sever ties or recognition with Taiwan. We've seen the coercive actions taken towards Lithuania. We also, as a coalition of like-valued countries, should intentionally support countries like Lithuania, intentionally work with Honduras and others that have stepped up to recognize Taiwan and strengthen ties with Taiwan. I think that's the counter to the bullying, coercive nature of Xi Jinping's PRC.
The Chicago Council on Global Affairs, a U.S. think tank, recently released a poll on American public opinion on Taiwan policy. And it was striking in that 52% of American people who indicated that they would favor using military force to defend Taiwan. This is versus 18 in 1982. 69% favor U.S. recognition of Taiwan as an independent country. 53% support the United States signing a formal alliance with Taiwan, and a plurality of 46% favoring explicitly committing to defend Taiwan if China invades. As an elected representative and lawmaker who has a great deal of a role in policy, what is your how do you process this, sort of information, and what is your reaction to these results and potential policy implications they may have?
So I'll answer that question broadly. While Congress has always had strong support for the people on the island of Taiwan, and you've seen that Democratic administrations and Republican administrations, Democratic Congresses and Republican Congress, that hasn't wavered. In fact, I think it's probably stronger today than it has been in the past. Again, in the face of the aggression of Xi Jinping's PRC. I think the American people are starting to see that as well. So, and I think that's what you're starting to change. And look, I'll sound like a broken record, but this is in reaction to the aggressive nature, aggressive policies that you're seeing coming out of Xi Jinping's PRC. It's not it's a good thing. In the sense that it is making the people of the United States more aware of the relationship between the United States and Taiwan and the people-to-people relationship. So I also think that, and maybe I'm biased because I'm a Californian and we have such a vibrant Taiwanese American population here in diaspora, and they've been here for a long time and have been very successful and real contributors to the fabric of America, which are these different cultures, different traditions, and people. And so yeah, I've had a long relationship and understanding of the people of Taiwan through the diaspora here. But I think you're seeing that diaspora also spread around the United States. And I think as people get to know that and get to know and understand the complexity of the geopolitics in the region, we're Americans. We believe in the rule of self-determination. And that's like a principle that I think the American people will always stand up for.
I want to remind our audience members that that we'd love to hear from them, and so please submit your questions to contact at globaltaiwan.org or tweet us at Global Taiwan. You can also use LinkedIn as well to submit your questions. And I have just a few more questions, and I'm going to turn to the audience questions shortly. And I think in some ways this is reflected already in the bill that you had mentioned earlier. But Taiwan policy has long enjoyed strong bipartisan support since 1979 and even earlier than that. Where do you see the role of Congress in potentially new congressional initiatives with regards to Taiwan sort of going into the future?
So you've seen the bill that we introduced, as well as another bill, the Taiwan Fellowship Act, that really is aimed at strengthening and it's based on the Mansfield Fellowship that focuses on Japan, but it also will take government workers and mid-career individuals and give them up to 2 years working in Taiwan to better understand the people of Taiwan, the government of Taiwan, the opportunities that a strong US-Taiwan relationship would foster. I think is the American Economic and Competitiveness Act. I think that's the bill that came out of the Senate. As that kind of moves forward, Chairman Meeks has introduced the Eagle Act. You see elements of my bill in there, but also other elements of policy that would strengthen US-Taiwan partnership. I think it's my hope that those two bills come together and there's a final package that can pass both the Senate and the House and get to the president's desk, and that there will be actual policy pieces and the like that will strengthen our efforts to increase our economic cooperation. I think if the administration does this through executive actions or through negotiations on trade or other avenues, I think you'll see a lot of support coming out of Congress in a bipartisan way. I also think you'll see a lot of support to strengthen Taiwan's ability to defend itself. So in a very strategic way, looking at the capacities Taiwan has, and then how we can work with the island of Taiwan, the people of Taiwan, and the government of Taiwan to strengthen its self-deterrence capabilities and self-defense capabilities. As we kind of go through the defense authorization process with the NDAA, there are some provisions in there that we're looking at supporting that. We have state National Guard reserves that often will do joint training and exercises with other countries, such as here in California, our National Guard trains and works with India. So you could see maybe there's a state to Taiwan National Guard training program, as we also think about how Taiwan develops a system of reserves and so forth, similar to what we have here in the United States. So I think there's real provisions that will strengthen our partnership, help increase and enhance Taiwan's ability to defend itself, but also the deterrence aspects of that, and then really working on the economic partnership side. I think all of those are areas where in this Congress, can see some movement forward. I think the Biden administration supports some of those strategies. So I think it's in alignment with where they are, and it's not a partisan issue.
Thank you very much for that, Congressman Merritt. First question from the audience is, and this is specific to the Taiwan Peace and Stability Act, and it asks, a quote, a report from the Secretary of Defense on options to support Taiwan's defense budgeting and procurement process in a manner that facilitates sustained investment in capabilities aligned with Taiwan's asymmetric defense strategy, end quote. And this is pulling a quote from the act itself. What concerns regarding Taiwan's defense expenditure does this request imply?
Well, it might imply where those investments are being made. Should you build submarines, or should you build more anti-ship missile capabilities that are more mobile? And so again, looking at from a strategic perspective, working with our friends in Taiwan, like where should those investments be made? It may look at should there be a greater focus on asymmetric capabilities, which I think some of us have talked about, and strengthening Taiwan's asymmetric capabilities. But it also, what could come out of this is looking at internally at how Taiwan can harden its own defenses against cyber threats. And we've seen the PRC use very tactfully political coercion, political misinformation tactics. Certainly, the people of Taiwan are very familiar with this, and we think it's reprehensible to interfere in another in anyone's elections. But again, we've seen and we know that the PRC propaganda machine, the PRC misinformation machine, will try to meddle in Taiwanese elections. And to me, that's self-defense. And we have to do the same work here in the United States, because we've seen that meddling in our own elections. That how can we work with the people of Taiwan to also harden some of those political defensive mechanisms against misinformation, because that's an offensive tool of the 21st century that the PRC is certainly employing.
Another question is, what do you say to those who advocate for U.S. strategic restraint with regard to our global force posture? Can more resources be moved to defend Taiwan, even as overall spending decreases? Defense budget question. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we're about to go into what the U.S. defense budget will look like as we go into this NDAA fight as we come into the fall, to see what the final U.S. defense budget will look like. I actually think you'll see more robust investment in the Indo-Pacific. You've seen President Biden certainly has signaled the importance of the region, and that goes back to the early days of the Biden administration, with early twos with Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin in Korea and Japan. That signals the commitment. You've seen the summits that President Biden has had with Prime Minister Suga, President Moon, again, signaling a real understanding of the complexity, but a commitment to the region. I think there will be an assessment of the best way to deploy resources and what that looks like. We haven't really spent a lot of time touching on the South China Sea and the complexity there. And again, the Xi Jinping's aggression in the South China Sea and total disregard for international norms and international laws. And that's creating a lot of insecurity with the ASEAN nations there. What's our strategy there? You've also seen, and we'll see next week, the elevation of the Quad coalition to the leaders level, and real statements coming out of the Quad, and Japan, Australia, India, the United States. I'm looking forward to seeing what the readout of those meetings are next week. That I think they're next week in person here in Washington, D.C., or the week after. And I think great to see the Quad continuing to elevate and solidify its partnership.
If I may just pull on that on the Quad meeting, what do you what functions could the Quad play in a Taiwan Strait, over at the Taiwan Strait, and what's your thought on the possibility of even including Taiwan in some of its activities? I'm not talking about like membership, but just in terms of its activity.
Yeah, so can you see statements similar to what you saw come out of the G7 or out of the Biden-Suga summit? That I don't know if that's a step too far, but I certainly, when you look at Aussie-Sino relationship, it's at an all-time low, and it's totally legitimate for Australia to raise certain questions about how COVID evolved and developed. Again, I don't think it's appropriate for a self-confident power to then retaliate to legitimate questions. People question the United States all the time. You don't see us throwing a tantrum. The extreme overreaction of Xi Jinping's PRC towards the Australians have woken up the Australians to say, well, wait a minute. And the economic retaliation measures that Xi Jinping took towards Australia makes people question, like trade and partnership is a two-way highway. Xi Jinping doesn't see it as such. He sees that he can do whatever he wants and nobody can say anything. Australia survived these retaliatory measures. So is Australia, I think they're very interested and anxious to say, how do we maintain the peace and stability, not just of the Straits, but of the entire region, including the South China Sea? Chinese aggression towards Filipino fishing boats and incursions into, that is all Xi Jinping PRC. That is totally disrupting norms and strategy. So how do we, again, this has been a prosperous region. None of us is looking to change that trajectory. And maybe that's what comes out of the Quad is, you've seen India's economy go from a developing economy to developed economy, and now they make the transition to a leading economy. The last 50 years has been very good for the region. Not perfect, but certainly good for the region, lifting many people and developing many economies. I see no reason to change that. I think the countries in the region certainly want to keep this formula that's been successful for everyone in this trading relationship, this, again, use that term, peace and stability. It's Xi Jinping's PRC that's changing that trajectory, that's trying to change the calculus. That's not in the majority of countries' interests. So maybe that's what comes out of the Quad dialogue is, increasing recognition. Look at the Chinese incursions on India's northern border. I mean, this is, again, aggression of Xi Jinping's China at a time where we should be moving in a different direction of peace and stability. But that's not how Xi Jinping sees it.
And as you've noted, and I know that obviously for reasons that are quite clear in terms of being the leading democracies and the economies, the Quad is the emphasis of regional cooperation. But there is also a wide expanse of a very broad region that includes parts of Southeast Asia and other parts of South Asia and Oceania. And one of the signature foreign policy initiatives that the Taiwanese government has pursued is this new southbound policy, which targets strengthening economic cooperation and people-to-people ties with 18 countries throughout South Asia and Southeast Asia, as well as Australia and New Zealand. And this seems to broadly align with the vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific outlined by the previous administration, and I think continued over in the Biden administration. Where do you sort of see how the United States can sort of, how sort of Taiwan aligns with this, this U.S. strategy towards the broader region?
Yeah, I think it aligns perfectly, and I think it aligns with the provisions we wrote in the Peace and Stability Act that we want to see Taiwan build its relationship with countries like Australia, New Zealand, other ASEAN, both through economic ties, through people-to-people exchanges, and we think that's a good thing. We think, again, that's not a threat to Xi Jinping's PRC. It's a strength of allowing Taiwan to be part of the international community, which we think it should be part of that international community. Again, in a free and open Indo-Pacific that's prosperous for everyone, that's peaceful, that's has predictability and stability in a rules-based order of law. That's something that's been good for all of us for the last 50 years and could really be good for the entire world for the next 50 years. That includes Taiwan and strengthening that partnership with other countries. So I know we're about out of time, Seth.
No, thank you so much, Congressman Barra. You've been really generous with your time, and we're just running straight up now to the close. And so just want to take, again, thank you very much for, your leadership in Congress as the chairman of the Subcommittee on Asia. And thank you so much for participating in this year's annual symposium and answering these questions from our audience, as well as from me, and I really do hope that we can continue to engage you in the future, and have you back in our program. So thank you very much, Congressman.
You're welcome. Thank you, and everyone be safe and be well.
So to our audience members, this concludes the program for day one of GTI's 2021 annual symposium. Please tune in again tomorrow morning starting at 8:50 a.m. For two more panels on defense and security and another one on internationalizing the Taiwan Strait. You don't want to miss the closing keynote for tomorrow's session, which will include a fireside chat with Ambassador Robert O'Brien, the 28th National Security Advisor and the chairman of GTI's newly formed US-Taiwan Task Force.